More, more, more. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another beautiful escape to nature. And we've got a Cory Bustard. Da da da. My name is Lisa, and I will be your naturalist for the day, monitoring our different water holes, and of course, sharing any amazing sightings with you. But of course, out here, anything and everything is absolutely amazing. I'm hoping that we will have a beautiful day all around, and I do believe we will, because we have started with a Cory Bustard. But speaking of beautiful day, let's have a look-see at today's weather and see what we might expect. Woo, 36 degrees. Hopefully that will definitely push some animals our way at this beautiful water hole. Oi, where are you going? We just had an Egyptian goose also come in for landing. I don't know what the Cory Bustard's problem is now. We have just started, my friend. You can't already take off. What is this nonsense? But anyway, today we are going to have some fun. As you all know, I love a good challenge and some quizzes. And the other day, I actually got a very good idea from the quiz mania that we had with the anagrams. So today, that is what we will be doing. We will do some anagrams about birds, animals, reptiles, absolutely everything. Ooh, maybe we can even do some names of the naturalists. We'll see. We don't want to make it too difficult. But yes, today will be my last day with all of you. I'm not leaving, for a couple of days. And then I will be back just before the year ends. But as always, this is live, this is interactive, and we love hearing from all of you. So please, throughout the day, do send your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you may have. And of course, during the whole journey of Escape to Nature, do send your answers for the anagrams. But for now, we will just watch the Cory Bustards or Bustard, singular, before we let the games begin. Anna, you are saying hearing your voice in the morning makes you so happy. I mean my voice. You know what I mean. Thank you so much, Anna. That is so, so sweet. I wish my better half felt the same. I'm very, very full of energy, or I'm very cranky when I wake up. So thank you for that. And hearing your comments makes my day. So thank you so much for getting in touch. It really is always so awesome hearing from all of you. And again, thank you for spending your holiday seasons with us. We really appreciate it. It means a lot to know that you still want to spend your time with us in your off time. And these are absolutely beautiful birds. It's one of my favorite birds. I have not seen many in my life. I remember my very first sighting of a Cory Bustard. I literally made a colleague go back and miss breakfast and everything because he returned back to the lodge bragging, "Oh, we saw a Cory Bustard." And I was like, "I do not care what you need to do now. You are taking me to that Cory Bustard." And we had a beautiful sighting of one. But of course, they are very fascinating birds, very, very good hunters. And believe it or not, this big bird can fly. They are, in fact, the heaviest flying birds. Felicia, good morning. You are saying, what is my favorite bird to hear in the morning? Definitely not a harida, that much I can tell you. Of course, it's a very common bird in the cities as well, and sometimes they decide to wake up at 4 a.m. and sit right next to your window. However, that being said, to be honest with you, I enjoy all bird sounds. I really am fond of just hearing birds in general, because I don't know, it just gives me that feeling of, we are so lucky to be in nature. And not just when I'm in the bush, of course, in the city as well. But I think I'll go with kingfisher. However, they are not too rowdy in the morning. But I also love the greenwood hoopoes. I know not a lot of people aren't too fond of them when they are vocalizing. It's a very noisy bird as well, but I enjoy them a lot. And what is your favorite bird? You're more than welcome to let me know. But yes, as I say, I enjoy all birds.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Quickly want to keep an eye on this bustard. I'm not sure if he might be on the prowl, looking for some food. Of course, as I mentioned, they are very good hunters, and it's quite impressive what they are able to do with the habitat they find themselves in. Of course, they'll eat anything from a snake to a squirrel, literally anything they can get their feet on. This bird. Seriously? Alright, we'll leave you, Cory Bastard. Alrighty, so as I mentioned, today we are going to have a bit of a challenge and a quiz. And we will be doing some anagrams. And as always, I will not make it too difficult in the very beginning. But here towards the end, you can definitely expect some more challenging ones. But our first anagram for the day is Grips Knob. There we are. If you can tell me what animal that is. It's a fairly common one. We see it almost, well, I want to say not almost. We see it probably every day on Escape to Nature. And yes, as I said, I'm going to start off easy. So Grips Knob is our first anagram. What animal are we talking about? Come on, kudos. Ooh, we've got some zebras as well, it seems. Oh, that one zebra is lying down. I'll come back to the kudu now. That is something we don't see often. Oh, the zebras actually lying down in Okokoyo. This is a very, very hot and humid location, especially right now. They have not received proper rainfall yet. So, I wonder what the zebra is doing. Just chilling. I wonder if it's a female. I don't think I'll be able to get a good look, but let me just try. Of course you have your tail there, so I can't see your stripe and your rump. You silly animal. And a lot of the times we tend to think that, as I always say, we must never put animals in a box. We tend to say that, okay, well, giraffes, generally give birth standing, and a blesbok generally does it lying down or standing up, or whatever the case is with any animal. But, of course, everything does play a role. There's circumstances, we don't know what's going on with them in that moment. So I'm just actually trying to talk myself up now and trying to convince myself that the zebra is going to give birth. How amazing would that be? But no, I don't think that's the case. It seems fairly relaxed. James, good morning. You would like to know if animals always stay close to the water hole in dry season. It really, again, it depends on where you find yourself, or where the animals find themselves, I should say. Because, for instance, here at Okokoyo, you can see the actual vegetation is a bit far out. Not far out, but not right next to the water. So it really does depend. If you look at Djuma, for instance, Djuma has vegetation all around. It's got shade all around for the animals. So it depends on the temperature, how hot it is. If it's an overcast day, they might stick around, or they might head deeper into the bush. It really does depend on a lot of things. Here at Okokoyo, what we generally see is the animals, literally the whole day, they'll just come and go. So they'll come for a little bit of water and then head deep into the bush again, obviously just to feed. But that being said, often we see the springbok, the oryx, they tend to hang around because they are used to these sort of temperatures and everything. So they don't mind sticking around at the waterhole. But I think one thing to bear in mind is if you stay in one location for too long, be it because it's comfortable or whatever the situation is, you definitely make yourself even just want to have a look, see why we are a bit frazzled now. Or they're most probably just being dramatic, Kudus. Yes, you're just being dramatic. But of course, you know, if animals just stay in one area for too long, specifically an animal that could potentially fall prey to a predator, it's definitely a risk they are running. So yes, water is good, you know, because then you can't really dehydrate. You're always close to the water and everything. But that being said, you also do need to feed. Even the ruminants, they also have to sort of move on and get new nutrients and everything. So it does depend, but I think animals will always know, you know, where there is a water hole close enough for them. And of course it does get very tricky in the drier season, because then a lot of the water holes dry up. So then animals will really need to push themselves to travel quite some vast distances actually, especially if you look at elephants. Elephants are very, very water dependent, so it really does depend on the situation, James. Ooh, and you guys all got it correct. The first anagram. So of course it was Grips Knob, and the answer is Springbok. It's a fairly easy one, as I said. I'll definitely make it easy for all of you. But thank you all for your answers. You guys are too clever for me. I'll definitely have to make it more challenging. But I'll throw some easy ones in here and there as well. But it's quite, believe me, I'm playing along and then I sort of, you know, challenge myself first and see what it can be. Mark off all the letters, make sure they're all there. So the first one was Springbok, yes. Kudu wouldn't be a fair one, we're not going to do that one. That would be way too easy. Tommy, you would like to know if there are plants that animals can feed on when they dehydrate. So, yes, definitely. But the thing is, in dry season, you know, a lot of trees are not evergreen. So they shed their leaves. And in order to store the little bit of water and nutrients that they have left, to store that in the roots, so that when the rain comes again, that tree will revive itself so that it has, you know, proper nutrition for the new leaves, etc. But you'll often see in the dry seasons that animals go through what we call geophagia. Specifically here in Ukokoyo, it will happen a lot because all of these white rocks we see around is full of minerals, salts, nutrition. So then animals will actually sort of lick rocks, and sometimes, not too often, but sometimes they'll eat the actual rocks as well in soil for that extra nutrients and minerals. I'm sure you've seen or heard that, you know, on reserves or in national parks, sometimes if it's very, very dry, they'll actually put salt licks out for the animals just for that extra nutrition. Goodness, I'm struggling with that word today. But that is why animals love summer so much, because, you know, then it's not just, of course, water that is all around, but everything is so nutritious because all of the trees have then been revived. They are full of, you know, all of the nutrients that, nutriente that they need. And animals will, of course, feed on berries and flowers. And then hopefully that'll sustain them through the dry season. However, that being said, it is always a stressful time for animals in the drier seasons, especially, you know, getting close to summer when you are really, really anxiously awaiting that rainfall. because then the bush is getting very dry. But as I say, out here in Ukokoyo, they have a lot of other resources as well, luckily. But that is also why, you know, people refer to elephants as being very destructive, because of course elephants eat everything regarding vegetation. So they will literally push a tree over and sort of dig up the roots and everything to get to that last bit of nutrition that has been stored in the roots. So, but animals are resourceful. They will make a plan. Of course, you know, elephants can do that where kudus can't do that. You know, kudus don't have trunks and aren't that large to push a tree over to get to the roots, etc. But that being said, a kudu is a ruminant, so they can always just, you know, regurgitate and get as much nutrition from whatever they fed on, which is pretty cool if you think about it. All of the animals have their pros and cons. I need to know why the zebra is lying down. It's literally the first time I'm seeing a zebra lying down in Ukokoyo. Generally they'll just come to the water, stick around a little bit and then head into the bush. But of course they do whatever they want to. Maybe that zebra is just tired. It binge watched a series last night and is now just, you know, tired. Needs to take a nap. Does that not just make you think of a horror film? Then It's not a great imitation, but I don't know. I'm not fond of that noise. Just want to take a look around and see if anyone is approaching the water hole. just wish I could see the zebra properly to see if it's a female, if she's pregnant. Of course, with zebras, it can be fairly tricky to actually tell their condition, because they are, of course, very gassy animals and bloated animals. They do not have that nifty tool of being a ruminant, so they can't regurgitate their food. They do, however, have an extra organ called a cecum, which helps with the breakdown of the food. But they are very, very large animals in general when you look at their actual stomach. But the females, especially during this time of the year, we've seen now, you can definitely tell a pregnant mare apart from the rest. But of course, when you are lying down, I can't see zebra. But how amazing would that be? Seeing a live birth. Especially in Okokoyo, I would think that, of course, when they give birth, they most probably do it deeper into the bush. But again, that's just our common logic and human interpretation. We can never really say what's going to happen. Ed, you would like to know if zebras... Sorry, to you just go again with that question? If zebras... Oh, flatulate, often because of their slow digestive system. Yes. Very, very, very often, actually. And this does, of course, help with the digestion of zebras. But yes, you will often see and hear that on safari when you are observing zebras. I definitely want to keep an eye on that zebra, because, as I say, maybe it's just time for a nap. But the fact that the other zebras are just standing around and sort of blooming or just chilling, I'm not too sure what is happening, but we'll definitely keep an eye on it and see what is happening with that zebra. Maybe, you never know. Everyone put your positive energy out there. Maybe we see something. See, my director is saying maybe they've already started with the festivities. Maybe they had a Thanksgiving or an early Christmas brunch yesterday. I know we are coming close to that time where I don't know why we do that. Why do we make so much food on Christmas and Thanksgiving and all of that? I've never understood it. Do we think we are not going to get food the next year? Or I've never understood why we do that as humans. But of course, it is a wonderful time of the year. I think it's... Oh, I think it's actually pretty sad, that it's only the holiday season and this time of the year that we make time to reunite with the whole family and all of that. But at least we do it. But speaking of Christmas, of course, it is the 12 days of Christmas. And we are very much busy with the games, of course. As you all know, we are busy with the Animal Bingo and the Christmas Bingo. So our Christmas themed bingo boards will be filled with turtle doves and leaping leopards and prancing zebras and even a dead fish eagle. No, sorry. Fish eagle in a dead tree. Goodness, you see now this Christmas rhyme has me all confused. It's not dead, it's just a fish eagle in a dead tree. My apologies. So of course every Sunset Drive for 12 days, so until Christmas, will be filled with holiday fun. And we'll be doing that on our Sunset Drives. But I'm sure you are all familiar with this already and have seen how challenging it is for the naturalists. Shame, I felt so bad for Taylor yesterday because she had buffalo, but then they weren't grazing. And she had impala, but they weren't dashing. So it's definitely a bit of a bigger challenge to the naturalists. But definitely join us for that. I promise the fish eagle is not dead. I just misspoke. Don't worry, everyone. We are not looking for dead fish eagles. Nate, you are saying all of the bird noises around this beautiful waterhole sounds like white noise. Yes, it does. Especially, I have to say, I actually thought of this yesterday as well. The quillias, when they are flocking together in that big group of literally thousands of birds, it really can sort of be overwhelming. But definitely, the different bird calls that we actually get to hear, and really in all of our locations, not just Okukoya, but all of our locations, is really, really so beautiful. I absolutely love it. And it's a good white noise. It's not like a scary white noise. Tara, you would like to know if I've ever seen monitor lizards in this waterhole. Sadly, no. I wish I have, but no, not yet. Of course, never say never. But, I might have missed one. As I say, it can be very, very deceiving with the rocks all around. Because, if you don't pay attention and you don't really look for birds and animals and everything, you can very easily overlook something amongst these rocks. But I don't think so, no. At least not to my knowledge, but hopefully we will one of these days. And of course we've got a baby blacksmith lapwing. And we did have a brief glimpse of it yesterday. I have not seen it yet this morning. But that being said, the parents are doing a phenomenal job at hiding it. Just want to have a look-see around. Alright, it seems like our zebra is up. I just want to have a look-see and see if I can see the actual condition. Let us have a look, sir. Alright, so it was the zebra on the right that's at the back that was lying down. Now, from what I can see from this angle, it seems like a mare. I don't see any obvious genitalia indicating that it might be a male. But they really all are just chilling. Just have your baby. Do it. Do it. I'm not going to be here for Christmas, Zebra. You need to give me a present. I'm being very selfish now. Anyway. So, are you ready for the next anagram, people? Da, 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 da. Alright. The next anagram is zebra. No, I'm kidding. The next anagram is Ochras turbid. Ochras turbid. What animal is that? Let us see how quickly you can get it. And you might be thinking now, oh, Lisa, these are so easy. You're so silly. But, of course, they will become more and more challenging. I will give you... I'll give you the, the anagram for the Latin name of a violet tree, which is Securidaca longipedonculata. But no, I won't do that. I'm not that bad.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
it though? Is it though? Just want to try and make sure. I'm not too sure if this is it now. I think so. Oh yes, there's the parent. There we go. I was wondering, why is this little thing by itself? So we found the baby blacksmith lapwing. The lapchick, as I call it. Look how tiny it is. And what's very interesting, every time I have seen it, it is just with one parent. Which is odd. Oh, there's an Namakwa dove in the water. Oh, it's so fluffy. Erin, you would like to know, when do lapwings fledge? Well, of course, it depends on the lapwing as well. You get blacksmith lapwings, crown lapwings, crowned, wattled. There's quite a few that you get. But they are precocial. So it means they are not helpless little chicks, you know, that, like, for instance, an eagle or something like that. So generally, you know, within literally a couple of days. But it also depends, you know. I've seen in areas where they take quite some time to fledge and others not so much. But you can see this lapwing, goodness. This lapwing already looks like a lapwing. So they grow very fast as well, just like the Egyptian geese. And of course, you know, if they need to, they can fend for themselves already. This tiny one is already very independent. You know, thinking about the fact that it is a tiny one. Oh, you're so cute. Run, little one, run, 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 run. Meow. She's so fast. Very, very fast. This is, of course, also a very good characteristic of being precocial. You can definitely evade something if you need to. But, of course, we have seen that is not always the case, unfortunately. We've seen that in Djuma with the Egyptian geese, with the lapwings. Unfortunately, sometimes they become too independent too quickly, and then something might get a hold of them. So I hear we've got another correct answer for the anagram. And David, you got it correct, and I believe a lot of you also got it correct. It was in fact Corey Bustard. The one we had earlier on was Corey Bustard, and we have seen one today, so it's very, very cool. But as I say, I know you are thinking, oh Lisa, this is so silly. We are going to get all of them correct. I will definitely make it a little bit trickier. Just look at that camouflage. You can't even see either of them now. Not the chick or the adult, unless they are really moving. Seems they are going to have some coffee now with the visitors at camp. Okay, bye, chickadee. Our little lapwing chick. Well, at least we got to see it. It's very rarely that I actually get it. And simultaneously show it to all of you. Sometimes I get it, and then by the time we go live, I've lost it again. Kevin, you would like to know if water birds have waterproof feathers. So not waterproof in a sense, no. Water resistance, much like that of a water buck. They've got like a oily secretion on the feathers that actually helps them to, sort of not, as I say, be waterproof, but sort of not get it completely into their feathers once they hit the water. But of course, a lapwing, even though they stay around the water, it's not like a pied kingfisher, that will jump into or fly into the water. It's not like an Egyptian goose per se, but they do definitely find themselves around the water. They breed around the water. They live around the water. Therefore, they are regarded as water birds. Zebras, what are you doing? Kate, you would like to know, how do zebras display dominance? So they are actually quite vicious animals when it comes to that. They of course kick each other, but they also have the normal dental structure, much like humans, but then they have an extra set of teeth that is called tushers, and that is like a very, very sharp tooth which they actually use to bite each other with. And a lot of people, when we think of dominance, we think it's just male against male, or stallion against stallion, bull against bull. It's not the case with zebras specifically. They actually, of course, we know that zebras live in harems. And what happens is, within that harem, there's actually hierarchy as well amongst the females. So even they, sometimes they get very, very, very feisty with each other. You can imagine it's like it's like housewives of Okokoyo or of Mashatu. They really do get very feisty with one another. But even the stallions, if there's a foal, sometimes the stallions will be very, very vicious with the foals as well. And again, there's a lot of hypotheses around this. A lot of people say, okay, well, generally it will be when a stallion found out that a foal does not belong to him, etc., etc. But I mean, that again is just taking our human interpretation and emotions and everything and placing that on animals. We don't know, because how will he find out? Is he going to get an anonymous tip-off that this is not your son, or you are not the father? But of course, they do have pheromones and everything. I'm just making light of the situation now. But it could be for various reasons. There has been cases where a stallion has drowned its own foal as well. But again, we have to be very careful when we say things like that, because how do we know that that is that zebra's foal? Unless you spent time with that zebra for at least a year long, because of course they do gestate or are pregnant for just over a year long. So from start to finish, if you were monitoring those zebras or that specific harem 24/7 for at least a year long, how would you know if that exact stallion is the father or not? So we have to be careful when we, of course with lions and other animals it can be easier, like you see with the leopards in Djuma that we ID. It is much more easier, but with something like a zebra, they don't have territory or anything like that, so it's also not like you can say, okay, well that is that specific zebra and this is their territory. So we really have to be careful. Alrighty. You guys are too good with this anagram thing. So I'm going to switch it up a little bit. The next one is ol with in. Ol with in. What animal is that? Let's see how clever you guys are. But you're probably going to get it. I know I'm just being very cheeky now, I know. I know you guys will probably immediately get it. Goeiemorgen, springbokkies. It's about time. Goodness. You are clocking in late today. Generally, you are one of the first attendees. And definitely a pregnant springbok here to our right. You can see she is very round. And that is something I have not seen in my life, a baby springbok. So I'm very excited. Hopefully it all happens today, but I'll settle for I'll settle for everything having their young ones when I'm back. Oops. And remember, with the anagrams, it will definitely be animals that we find in southern Africa. It's not necessarily animals that we have seen recently, whether it's Okokweyo, Mashatu, Juma, Madikwe, Amakala, Kariga. But it's definitely animals that we have seen either on Escape to Nature, or on Sunset Safari, or Sunrise Safari. I won't make it too difficult. We'll leave Penguin Beach alone. But definitely animals you will find in southern Africa. So if you missed the last anagram, just let us know. And we will put it up again for you. But I thought this one might be a little bit tricky for all of you. Anna, you are saying the answer for the anagram is owlet. Unfortunately, it is not. But keep trying. Keep trying. I know someone will get it. So the anagram, the next anagram that we are going for is O within. O-L-E-W-I-T-H-I-N. All within. And we'll give it a few minutes. If if it's a little bit too tricky, I'll definitely give some clues. Definitely. As I said, it's not necessarily always going to be something we saw recently, but it will definitely be animals that you find within southern Africa. Michael, you would like to know if there are birds that nest within the water. Yes, there are definitely, and of course I'm having a blank on on examples now. But yes, definitely there are actually some birds that nest in the water. Come on, Lisa. Wakey, wakey, sneewakey. Yes, Michael. I will give you some examples just now. Sorry, I don't know why I'm shooting a blank on that one. I have no idea what's making that sound. If it's an animal or a bird. I don't know who of you heard that. Oh, I'm so silly. Of course, the little grebes we are looking at, the tiny whack-a-mole birds in the water. They nest in water. Just trying to think. Some herons do. Your African jacana, of course. That is my favorite bird. How could I forget that one? Ooh, we've got a beautiful koodybull coming. We have not had one in quite some time. So it was not too difficult. So John, you got it right for the anagram, and if anyone else also got it right, congratulations. Yes, it is a white lion. Of course, it's not something we've recently seen on Wild Earth, but we have definitely seen them. And I remember one of my best sightings in my life. I remember the exact day, the sighting, driving there. It was absolutely incredible. We were actually in the Timbavati, and I had gone to visit a friend, and they got a call that there is a female with a tiny baby white lion. And we were thought like, ugh, this person probably, need glasses or something. How can that be true or whatever? So we weren't too hopeful, and then we got there, and it was a female lion and a young male lion, and we saw nothing other than that. And then she started vocalizing or contact calling, which is of course that but they do it very faintly because she can't do it too loud. Any female lion, she doesn't want to attract attention. And the next thing, we just saw this little snow furball running through the grass, and I promise you it was the whitest white lion I've ever seen in my life, with the most beautiful eyes. It literally looked like a teddy bear. And she had a baby white lion. And of course, that's just something incredible that happens every now and again in nature. Like we've seen here in Okokweyo with our very, very dark baby zebra. Sometimes they've just got too much melanin, which is dark pigmentation. Sometimes they've got too little. So it really does depend. It's just like humans, some people are really, really tall, but some people have very, very dark skin. Some people have very light hair. DNA and nature all in all is really incredible, and that really was it was one of the most memorable moments I've had in nature. And we actually had quite a lot of time in that sighting. We were very fortunate because, of course, as soon as she relaxed, I have to say we probably waited a good 40 minutes, before she actually started calling it. And we gave her enough space and made sure she's all right. And then just sat there patiently, just waiting it out. And finally, this little fluff ball came along and showed itself. It was so, so adorable. But if you got that one correct, well done. I'm guessing I have to switch it up even more. Oh, I think we'll actually throw in a curveball. I have an idea. But for now, let's just enjoy these beautiful animals. Ryan, you would like to know what a springbok vocalization sounds like. I'm guessing you would like me to imitate it. I'm not gonna do that. They aren't very loud animals actually. They do of course have alarm calls, but it's not like, for instance, a zebra that makes the whoop 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 whoop. There we go. I made a call for you, but but no, they only really have like that snorting sound when they alarm call. They aren't very vocal animals actually. I've got one for you. I've got the next anagram, but I quickly have to make sure of something, and then I'll give you the next anagram. Oh man, just look at that kudu. Come on, my friend.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do.
It's basically just a very big open system.
But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
And you can see the one in the middle now. These horns are significantly wider than the other two. That is the only way I know it's actually that group. But even with something like the kudus and, you know, the other general game, you do eventually start to, not all of them, but you do get to sort of tell them apart by spending time with them. But we haven't seen these males in quite some time. The other day we had a beautiful sighting of a bachelor group of 8 kudu bulls, which was quite spectacular. But these guys come to say hi every now and again. So, I've got our next anagram, but this one is going to be a tricky one. I'm not going to lie to you. You had to have been on Sunset Safari with us yesterday to know which one this will be. So, the next anagram is Adopter Tastelessly. Goodness. I couldn't even pronounce that myself. Adopter Tastelessly. That being said, I know it's 2 words right now, but it's actually 3 words, the total or the actual creature. And this is going to be a tricky one. It's something Cedric saw yesterday on safari. It was very unexpected. And it was a brief sighting. George, you would like to know if kudus are aggressive towards other antelope. So for the most part, kudus are generally very chilled animals and very shy and skittish. And they tend to just sort of be on their own mission, specifically because they are browsers. They are mostly found deep within the bush and they camouflage very well. But that being said, anything is going to be aggressive if provoked or challenged. But again, for the most part, you know, antelope, mostly all vegetarians and anything that could potentially be attacked by a predator, all of those animals pretty much for the most part coexist and get along. Because somehow they know, you know, this animal's not going to eat me, it's not dangerous towards me. But I mean, of course, if a kudu is being provoked by something, it will definitely stand its ground, like another antelope or something. But for the most part, no, they don't really interact aggressively with other antelope. To my knowledge, maybe you've had a sighting where it has happened before. As I always say, you know, we can always share about our own experiences, but I can promise you there's things that you guys have seen that I have never even once witnessed in my life. Ooh, we've got a whole kudu family coming now. And with the next anagram, if you are struggling, it is a creature we have seen, as I said yesterday, on Juma. Cedric spotted it. It is generally something we find in Pridelands a lot as well. Not a lot, no, I shouldn't say a lot. Generally, the sighting of that creature is if we do see it on Pridelands. Just quickly want to have a look if anyone else is approaching. I wonder if we'll get some elephants today in Ukokoyo. It's about time. Hopefully they come to the water, have a bit of a good splash. Oh, hopefully they bring that tiny little one too. Elaine, you would like to know if the lines on the kudu's backs fade with age. They do become a little bit more grey with age, kudus, yes. But just look at this young kudu. He's like, what are you? Don't come close to me. But again, you know, as I say, with animals, it really is always sort of touch and go. I've seen a kudu bull with remarkable lines still on it. Look at this kudu's face. Where did it go? Where's its head? Weird bird. I do not want to be in the company of this weird bird. No, I think you're right, Susie. It's strange. It's very strange. Yes, no, I don't like this situation. Sorry. Yes, it can generally fade with age. But again, it depends. You know, a lot of people tend to say that giraffes are darker the older they become. Other people say giraffe bulls are much darker because of the testosterone levels. It really does depend, but generally, you know, they do get a bit more grey with age. This Egyptian goose is cracking me up. springbok and the oryx are definitely later than they are usually. Ooh, guys, that's not nice. It's the holiday season, don't fight. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna smack you so hard with my horns. Yeah, you better run. Come mess with me. And it's incredible when you look at these animals, you know, even of course the kudu spar like that, the springbok, the impalas. But of course, you know, their skulls are designed in such a way so that they don't feel that impact. Much like giraffes, much like buffaloes. The true definition of a headbutt. Oh wow, you actually chased that oryx off completely. David, you are saying the answer for the anagram is a lesser spotted eagle. So the first two parts you got correct, but it is not an eagle. It is definitely a lesser spotted something. Cedric had a sight of it, or sighting of it. It's definitely a creature that is missed by many on Wild Earth. But yesterday we had a brief sighting. Generally we have sightings on pridelands of it, but not too often. But again, you know, if you struggle too much, let me know. I'll give you another another clue. And hopefully you did join us yesterday for Sunset Safari, so you know what I'm referring to. Lesser spotted what? So the creature I am referring to, as I said, it's a lesser spotted something. It was seen by Cedric and Eagle yesterday very briefly. It was a very unexpected sighting, missed by many of our Wild Earth viewers. But luckily we did have a sighting yesterday. And this creature loves beetles. So I'll let you ponder on that, but while I do so, I'm going to send you to Amakhala so we can see what is happening in that beautiful part of the world.
Good morning, good day, everybody. Welcome to a nice, sunny, warm day out here in Amakhala Game Reserve. Hope you're all doing fantastically well and excited. And we have started off quite nicely with some buffaloes that are definitely feeling the heat and sitting in the little mud wallows over here. Great sighting it is. Right, so good morning again. My name is Andrew and I'll be taking you on the game drive this morning, and I do have Mr. BK behind me on the camera. Hope you're doing fantastically well, and we are ready for a good day. It's going to be hot, but we do have water and sunblock, so we are ready. And just to let you know, we headed out roughly about half an hour ago and we've already found buffalo, so this is definitely an indicator for me that today is going to be a pretty awesome day. Now, it's been a while since I've actually seen buffaloes out here. This is dry dam that you're looking at, so it doesn't usually have water in it. But with the recent rains we've been having, it has filled up the bit of the pan just to make it a bit muddy for some of the wallowers, like buffalo. And I think they might be ambling at some point to head to the west part of the reserve where they normally are. Whoa, thank you so much. And you are right. What a good start to the day with really spectacular looking buffalo with a few calves in the group here. Not many calves at the moment. I remember seeing this very group of buffalo with about eight calves at one stage, which have grown up quite nicely now. But whoa, these are Cape buffalo, and they are 100% disease free. Hence the reason why they're looking so magnificent, healthy, stocky, and in full condition. And there are a few diseases that buffaloes have been known to carry, but bear in mind that buffaloes are natural carriers of disease. That's their role in nature. They carry disease. Look at this one having a good old time. And the main disease that is not so good for buffalo is that bovine tuberculosis. And just know that these are totally free of bovine tuberculosis, known as TB. It must be almost bliss for them on a hot day like today to find some nice clay that is wet in these wallows. Morning, Martin. That's a good question. So from a very, very young age, it starts to show. And you start to see the small extrusions of the horns, little bumps like this one over here. So under a month old, you should start to see that they are developing the horns slowly but surely. Now, in in cases of the bull buffaloes or buffalo bulls, you do find that the horns will grow and then form a boss on the top of the skull, which is like a helmet, and then the horns follow. But it takes a very, very long time for those bosses to harden, roughly at about the age of 9, 10 years old, around there. And this is when they are going to actively compete for breeding rights. Any sort of time before that, then the bosses are not hardened, and you might find that they crack on impact, which is no good. Here's a good example. They are becoming hard if you have a look carefully, but not 100% there yet. And that's an example of the boss, known as the helmet piece, which is almost like a bony plate on top of their skull. And that's going to protect their skull when fighting. Christian, that's a question I'm not 100% sure, and I don't think so. I've never worked with buffalo that have ever lost their horns, so I doubt it very much. They are too well developed, those horns, and for them to fall off from a disease, I think there would be quite a hectic disease, which I am unfamiliar with buffaloes. So to answer your question, I would say no. I suppose some diseases might make them a bit weak, but not to the point where they're going to fall off, no. Wow, they really are enjoying this, aren't they? They're all in their own little bath, if you will. Oh, now they're fighting over that one little spot. And it's interesting, the female actually chased that young bull out. So of course, with the number of buffaloes that are here, it is limited space in these little ponds, or baths, if you will. Oliver, they can, yes. So as soon as there's a slight impression and there's water in that impression and a buffalo is starting to feel hot, it will go in there and will roll around a little bit. And perhaps with time, or regular amounts of buffalo going there, it becomes bigger and bigger. And then a warthog is going to go in there at some point as well. And then perhaps something else that is quite big, or maybe an elephant comes along and also wants to splash a bit of water around. And this is where you get these very well established mud wallowing pits. And it's basically contributed by all sorts of mud wallowing animals, not just buffalo. Elephants are very good at creating future mud wallowing spots for the future rains, because they really dig deep sometimes, and because of their weight they do compact that clay very much, and when it does rain there's no real place for that water to go, and it just sits. And this is an invitation for all those wallowing animals to come and have a good time, and then you have some very well established pits. So we'll see if we can find you one. There are quite a few on Amakhala. And I was making a joke with BK. I pointed out one of the mud wallowing pits and I said, "Hey BK, this one's definitely your size." And just having a little chuckle with each other. Yeah, so I was mentioning that there's quite a few buffalo here, so there is limited space in those spots where they're going to mud wallow. So they've got to take turns. Others are going to say, "Nah, I want to go now," and push the other one out. Sometimes there is a lot of squabbling and disagreements in the herd of buffalo. Beautiful. Look at this magnificent individual. Probably going to be quite a big bull when he's older. And he's still very young, this one. Sure, Molly. Wow, you're catching me off guard here, Molly. The average weight of a buffalo calf. Now I'm going to guess and then I'm going to do research and see how right I was. So the average weight of a buffalo calf is not that much. It's quite a small animal when it's born. So according to what I think, I would say at birth, maybe about 10 kilograms. That's my best guess. I'm just going to follow up on that and just have a look if I'm correct or not. Maybe a bit less than 10. I think it's more towards, but probably about 5 actually. It's interesting. Of course, it gives me every other bit of information that I'm looking for except for Cape Buffalo calves. But if I was to estimate, I would say probably around about 5 or 7 kilograms.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
See, what makes the buffaloes quite dangerous. Now, you've got to bear in mind, animals are dangerous for different reasons. So buffalo in particular, they're pretty dangerous because a lot of people will say they don't give you warning signs, that this animal is unreadable in terms of its temperament and how it's feeling. And it's not 100% true. Often find that if they're feeling upset or they're not happy about something, they immediately stop grazing. That's one of the signs. And then blowing air out the nose, that is also another sign that the animal is not very, very happy. And then sometimes even throwing the skull up into the air. And running off and then stopping and turning around, pushing air out the nose. These are all potential signs that the animal is feeling aggressive or about to get aggressive. And where the problem lies is with these dugger boys, or these lone male or males in a group. You find that they don't really enjoy operating in these open areas like the herd does. They just feel too vulnerable to attack. So they tend to head towards, a bit more of growth. So semi-thickets and also thickets. And that's just one of those areas that if you are inside there and you're walking around and you come across an animal like that in a thicket, there's very limited escape options. Kaylee, you're 9 years old. Thank you for that. Very impressed with your question. So they do sound very similar to cows when they're feeling alarmed. So we call it a bellow. Just meow. And that is a bellowing sound made by buffalo. It's never a good sound because it usually means that something is wrong. And I'll give you an example. When I was out in the Timbavati working out there, we did a splendid game drive and we concluded the game drive and we're on our way back to camp. We arrived at camp. Guests were climbing off the car and getting ready to, get their little face cloth and wipe their face and then head off to the dinner. And then we could hear that bellowing sound in the distance and the animal was not stopping. So myself and the tracker said, no, let's get the guests back on the vehicle and go and investigate that sound. We got the guests who wanted to join us on the vehicle and headed off towards the sound. And to our amazement, we found lions busy trying to finish one of the buffaloes off. And also we have noticed that when a female buffalo loses her calf, she might bellow for quite a bit of time trying to send out the audio for the calf, the sound for the calf, just to try and respond and relocate. Desperately searching for a calf. That does happen from time to time. Listening to a bird that's making a very cool sound, the bokmakiri. Already we have seen 2 raptors before you all came to me. We saw a yellow-billed kite and we saw jackal buzzard in flight as well. Sophia, no, they don't experience that sort of must like elephants do. So just to clarify, and I'm sure you already know this, but must is a period in the elephant's life where the condition is really at its greatest and that causes testosterone to spike. And once that elephant starts to lose the condition, you find that the testosterone settles and the animal goes out of must. So this is not like that with buffalo. Buffaloes will reach their prime roughly at about the age of 9 years, and they will be breeding any time of the day, any time of the year, as long as there's a female that is in the condition to breed, and they take over those breeding rights for as long as they can. And it doesn't usually last that long because the law about nature is if you're strong, there's always someone stronger. If you're smart, there's always someone smarter. And so they'll try and take as much breeding rights as they can while they can, until either gets outcompeted or, the worst case scenario, gets caught by predators. Really enjoying all these questions. And if there are any more questions, please send them along. We'd love to hear from you all. It's definitely 100% interactive, which I love about Wild Earth. And also, if you have experiences of yourself, whether it's with buffalo or anything you want to tell us about the bush that you've experienced, please go right ahead. And who knows, you might want to plan a trip out here at some point. If you do, and you have any questions about what to bring and what to expect and so on. Tina, thanks for that. So you do find the mature bulls sometimes go black in color. That's quite right. And then the younger ones and sort of the sub-adult ones, they tend to be a bit more like a lighter version of the brown. So quite right. But you've got to look carefully sometimes because as you can see now, they spend a lot of time in mud. So if you're seeing that one is slightly off color or looks a little bit different to the rest, it could be mud. And when that mud falls off the body, sometimes it does stain the body. Now look at this one's bosses. Isn't that just brilliant? Very well polished. It's looking like it's well on its way to being hard and ready to breed. And then the one that's lying down there, that's an example of a female, bull and female. So there's your comparison there. Good work there, BK. Oh, cardinal woodpecker calling somewhere here. Definitely one of my favorite woodpeckers to be seen. They're quite small and secretive. Lisa, I wonder what your favorite woodpecker is. I know you enjoy bird watching just as much as I do, so let me know, what is your favorite woodpecker? And this goes for everybody else as well. You're welcome to tell me what your favorite bird is, and if it occurs out here, we will try and look for it for you. BK, you said yours was the African Chicana, favorite bird, yeah? Walks on water. So it sort of walks on the lilies on the water, but it does look like they're walking on water. Now they're magnificent birds. Unfortunately, we don't see them out here. The river is dry at the moment, so most of those birds associated to rivers have all moved off, like the twin spots and the night herons. So this area, Dry Dam, and the road that leads to this little dry dam is actually called Dry Dam Road. And it's actually one of the areas here, or one of the roads on Amakhala that I won't forget, because when I first started here as a ranger on Amakhala, of course, I'd worked in other places before. But when I started here in Amakhala, you usually do a bit of an orientation. So you'll just shadow the other rangers who have worked here for some time, learn the roads, ask them any questions until you are ready to set sail with your guests. And my very first sets of guests, my very first elephant sighting by myself with guests was actually on Dry Dam Road, very close to Dry Dam. And it's just east of us, so sort of on the other side of this wallow. Oh, there's like a common fiscal shrike having a good time here. I see BK's already spotted it. Let's hope it doesn't fly off. There we go. There's a common fiscal. Previous name was a fiscal shrike. They make this pretty raucous sound actually. Also known as a butcher bird or the Jackie hangman. And they're quite unique in terms of how they catch their prey. So they catch their prey and impale them on thorns. Sometimes little snakes, little lizards, insects. They literally skewer them on a thorn, which is unique amongst the birds. And out in the Kalahari, I actually saw common fiscal going after sociable weaver and getting it right. The sociable weaver is not that much smaller than this individual here, but yet common fiscal managed to kill it and dragged it on the swale into the bush and then proceeded to consume it. Oh, good one. There's a black-collared barbet. First time I've ever managed to show you black-collared barbet. Oh, yay. There it is over there. So, got a nice, beautiful red face with that black collar. And the call is this kunkuru, 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 kunkuru. Now with a bill like that, you can imagine it's pretty varied in its diet. Eats all sorts of things, from seeds to fruits, berries, insects. And really enjoying to nest in holes in trees. Veronica, indeed. Now, the bird life here is spectacular. It really, really is spectacular. There's just under 300 species of birds that you can find just on Amakhala. And it's very interesting if you go into the neighboring game reserves. Some of the birds somewhat change a little bit. And it is not very far, some of those reserves. I've been lucky enough to do some bird watching on some of them. And some of the birds that we get out here in Amakhala, just across the road, they don't occur there. Or less frequent. Sheila, that will be an affirmative, 100% right. So the summer months, midsummer is probably your best time for bird watching. Most of the migrants have already arrived back, and most of the birds are in their breeding plumage. So definitely midsummer, even the beginning of summer, bird watching really does start to pick up a lot. And then In the winter months, most of the migrants are going to, or the migrants are going to move out, whether they move and migrate further into Africa or actually out of Africa into some other areas like Europe. But your best time for bird watching is ultimately the early mornings, and then as the sun is going down, that's going to be your prime time for bird watching. If you want to get into bird watching, you will need two very important items. One is very good binoculars and a bird book that agrees with you. So I prefer the Sasol version of the bird books. Some people enjoy the Roberts version of the bird books. And when going to buy yourself a pair of binoculars, go to a special shop that sells them and ask them if you can go outside in the parking lot and test them out. And take a couple with you and find which is the best for you. Shame they are just relaxed here, hey? And they blend in so well there as well. It's a perfect way to cool down, sitting in the mud. And it looks like they're going to spend a bit of time here. And of course, when they do leave this water and walk through the bush, their bodies will all be full of clay, and that's going to protect their skin against the harsh sun. Also helps to remove those parasites. Melinda, they can. Yeah, they can. Buffaloes that have adapted to harsher environments, they can survive. I know Ukukuyo in Namibia is particularly harsh. But just imagine how elephants manage to survive out there. And those are desert elephants and, of course, desert black rhino and so on. Buffaloes are very good at adapting in harsher conditions. I remember in the Kalahari, out at Swalu, there's some nice groups of buffalo out there that do very well. So just to give you an idea, these buffaloes, they pretty much venture throughout the reserve. We see them sometimes in the basin, which is not very close from here. They also enjoy the western part of the reserve. I've seen them on Mud Wallow Road, which is in a pretty thick area. And then I've seen them on the far eastern part of the reserve up by Bukela Lodge before. They're very home range, so they'll go to areas that support them and support them well, i.e. grasses and water. And they will hang around as long as they can, as long as that area can support them. But when things start to go dry, you find that buffaloes get on the move and they start to roam. Now there are plenty of these flies that are flying around. I'm not sure if you can see them on your screen. I see the odd dragonfly and butterfly, but there are plenty of flies around here. And you can see they're starting to annoy the buffalo's ears there, keeping the ears and tails moving, preventing those parasites from actually resting on their body, because that's when they're going to bite them. And there's quite a nasty one out here called a horsefly. Most of you will be familiar with them. And their needle that goes into your skin is just like a hypodermic needle going in. It's very uncomfortable to be stung by a horsefly. I'm just hearing another bird here. What is that? It's an orange-breasted bushshrike. Poor, yo. Do they develop wax in their ears? I presume so. I think everything that has ears needs to have wax to protect it from water going in there. Keep it a bit waterproof, so I would imagine so. And I have been on a buffalo darting before, where a buffalo had something wrong or wrapped around with its leg. Not here in Amakhala, in another game reserve. And so the vet came and darted it so we could remove this wire. And I never thought to actually look in its ears. I looked at its eyes, I looked at its nose, I felt the hooves, felt the horns. Very tough animal. I mean, they are rock hard. And you most definitely can't mess with buffalo. You'll always come off second best. Lots of flies just tornadoing around here. Excuse me. So I do wonder if these buffaloes will be here this afternoon. I think we'll drive along here. And I think we're going to probably pick a bingo board for this afternoon that has got buffaloes on it. So we have called the sighting in on the main radio, and another vehicle has arrived now. So you might hear a vehicle in the background. Sounds like there are some excited guests on that vehicle. So in celebration or the preparation of Christmas, we're doing the 12 days of Christmas. And this is pretty much where every afternoon drive or sunset safari, we are focusing on what we call bingo. And we definitely, the competition is quite fierce at the moment. Everybody wants to take the crown for bingo, and it's pretty tricky, let me tell you. Yesterday we managed to get 3, and I know that some of the animals on the bingo board are quite tricky, like the turtle doves, leaping leopards, prancing zebras, and even a fish eagle in a dead tree. So not an easy thing to find, a fish eagle in a dead tree, that's specific. And then of course the winner is going to be announced on Christmas Day. So we'll be doing this every day until Christmas in the sunset safaris. some people might say that so I'll get back to what I wanted to say now. Richard, binoculars I use, where are they? Let me take a look here. Alright, shall we show them, BK? So Richard, these are my binoculars over here. See? They're made by Nikon. These are the Sporter versions, but you get different versions like the Monarchs and so on. Bushnell is a very good brand as well. But these are the 8x42s. I did see it written down here somewhere. Yeah, these are 8x42s, so quite a wide and also good for depth as well. And I do attach a little cloth to the strap, so I can also clean it and then cover it. That is very important to cover your binoculars, because if you leave these in the sun, it's a potential fire risk. So you can see that is going to block out all the magnification if I leave it on the dashboard, which it often is sitting on the dash. So that's mine. Yeah. Yeah, it is warm, hey Beaks. Don't forget to drink your water. If you need sunblock, I do have some here. Alright, so very inactive buffaloes, but I believe Lisa has got some very active gemsbok. So let's head along to her and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Andrew. And just look at the baby gemsbokkie. Well, it's not baby anymore, but I mean that is still a nunu. That definitely qualifies as a nunu. And I have referred to this female before. It's the female with a bent horn. That is her calf, the tiny one. If you will just show yourself, tiny one, that will be lovely. Cooey. Of course, now that we are live, someone is constantly hiding the tiny one. There you are. Just look at it. Still very small. And as I say, that is the female with a bent horn. That is her calf. That is actually initially the first oryx baby that I saw here in Ukokoyo. And I have to say, even just in a couple of weeks, in my personal opinion, it has already grown tremendously. And again, out here they have to sheath. That's a very, very, very big zebra. Out here they really do have to grow fast and run fast and all of that, just like we saw with the blacksmith lapwing earlier on. If you can at any time become a meal or snack to something, you have to be able to be big enough and be fast enough and be strong enough. So you'll often see that with the antelope and giraffes and other animals as well. They grow fairly quick.
face my fears like this.
Very interesting. I'm not sure what's happening between these two oryxes. Seems like they're just sort of having a chat or something. And the baby's like, okay, mom. It's like when you go with your mom to the store or to a shopping center or something, and then all of the sudden your mom knows the whole world. She talks to everyone. She stops literally everywhere and hi Susan, hoe gaan dit? And you're just standing over there like, okay, can I get to the sweets aisle now, please? Woman, come on. Alrighty, well, as you know, we are busy with anagrams today to sort of test ourselves a little bit. So we've had Corey Bastard so far, we've had Springbok, we've had White Lion. Now apparently the last one I gave was a little bit tricky. And the clues I gave to you is it's something that Cedric saw yesterday. A creature that Cedric saw yesterday. It's a lesser spotted something. It was a brief sighting, and I know our Wild Earth community was very, very, very happy to finally have a sighting of this creature again. It's generally, if we have a sighting of this creature, it is generally on Pride Lands. But apparently that's still not enough clues. So the last clue I will give you before we move on is that this creature has beautiful blonde hair. What lesser spotted something is this? Or which lesser spotted something is this that I'm referring to? Lenny, good morning. You are saying it's a lesser spotted genet. Now, of course, Cedric did have a sighting last night that as soon as it happened, I wanted to bawl my eyes out because I've never seen that in the wild. I've seen it in a rehabilitation center where he had a mom and kitten genets. It was literally the best thing. But sadly, Lenny, no, that is not the answer. You guys are getting closer though. He did still see this sighting in daylight, if that's going to help you. And he did see it close to camp or to headquarters. Whatever you refer to when it comes to that particular area, camp, headquarters, is when he saw that sighting. But we'll just give it a little bit more and then see if you guys can hopefully get it. And then we'll move on to the other one. But as I say, this was just a curveball because you guys are just too clever. Michelle, you would like to know how long is a gemsbok's horns? I am guessing here, but I know it's anything between 60 centimeters to, I would say, probably 1.2 meters. But that is really, really, really long, of course. You know, it depends. Again, it's just like elephant tusks. It's all based on the genetics. But generally, on average, it's like 60 to 100 centimeters. It really can depend. Oh, I'm just loving this baby. The few times this female has brought her baby along, it was very brief, you know. They drank water and then they took off again. But they really are, it's like they're sort of having a meeting or something. Laura, you are saying the answer to the anagram is the lesser spotted tailor. Yes, it's tailor, but you got it right. Well done, Laura. And thank you so much for playing along. Sorry, everyone. I know that was a tricky one. I just thought, you know, you are just too clever for me. Let me see if I can make it a little bit more challenging. But you are correct. It was the lesser spotted tailor. As I mentioned, it's a sighting we don't have often in Djuma. I know our Wild Oath viewers are very happy that we have finally had it again. If we have a sighting of this animal nowadays, it's generally in Pridelands. And the creature loves beetles. Of course, we know that Taylor loves her beetles. But yes, I won't do that again. Sorry, I know that was a tricky one. Maybe towards the end. We shall see. But you guys are very, very clever. And I hope you're enjoying the anagrams as much as I am. It's always good to challenge ourselves. I seem to be making it a little bit tricky for FC as well, because I don't send them the answers immediately. I ask them first, do you know what it is? And then they sort of try and guess. But it's all about having fun. And of course, you know, if you have one for me, send it through. I'm not the only teacher. We can all learn from each other. If anything, I learn more from you guys every single day. So, the next anagram. Are you ready? The next creature we are talking about, I personally have not seen here in Okokoyo. I don't think Alex has either. But the next one is Bolton hurdler on rushing. Bolton hurdler on rushing. What animal is that? It's a very cool one. I love them. And when we do see them, it's always very, very special. However, that being said, coming from me, that can literally be anything. As you all know, I love absolutely everything out here, and I think they are all very special. But what animal am I referring to when I say Bolton hurdler on rushing? Very interesting behavior this. It's like they are all waiting for something or someone, or not too sure what's happening. And very interesting that they are also, you know, sort of standing in the circle around this open patch, or this marking area, we should say. And of course, that is the other gemsbok getting into the water. Sorry, I'm just giggling because my director T is asking me for some clues. Are you struggling, T? Just want to see if we have any visitors coming off from the side. But not yet. Not yet. I think we should do a singing safari one day. Have all the naturalists sing whatever they are narrating on. What do you think, T? Shall we suggest that? No. T is asking which animal do I think has the best singing voice. It is not a hardy-do, that much I can promise you. Ooh, I just want to have a look at something. Just bear with me. Nah, man. The shadow on that one zebra made it seem like a tiny zebra, and then I thought it might be my black fluffy foal, and it is not. Just not. There's a wildebeest with an identity crisis, trying to blend in. Woo! Good morning, Quillias. Jeez, you guys are all over the place. Who was telling me the other day? I think it was Nadine. Apparently in Mauritius there is there are a lot of fruit bats around, and you see them even during the day. I can't testify to this. I haven't had the privilege of going myself. And she was saying, "Oh, look at all of the beautiful birds." And it was in fact bats. But I often think of bats when I see these quillias. This Oryx meeting is still ongoing. What's happening here? Give us the dirt. Helen, thank you so much for your comments. We always enjoy hearing from all of you. You really are special to us. No, I'm kidding. You are saying quillias are nature's confetti. Yes. I actually haven't thought about it that way. They really are. Imagine you can have that at your wedding. Like just have everyone open a box and then it's got a quillia in it. You just gave me an idea for my wedding one day. Now, of course, I wouldn't do that. That's a bit cruel. But it would be pretty cool, though. Having quillias for confetti. And remember to send your answers through for the next anagram. It is Bolton Hurdler onrushing. Let me know what you think that animal is. It's not something we've seen here in Ukukoyo, to my knowledge at least. Okay, that's it. I'm not playing anymore. You guys are getting this way too quickly. Thomas, you got it right. You are saying it's a southern ground hornbill. We're done now. We're not doing the anagrams anymore. This is no more fun. Well done, Thomas. See, you guys are just way too clever. Southern ground hornbill, which we see every now and again in Djuma. Of course, one of my favorite birds. Now I really have to have a good ponder about the next anagram. We have to make it very tricky. And again, please don't just, think that we are in school and I'm the teacher and you're the pupils and there's no interaction of any kind with regards to, being able to teach me. Please do. I would love to also be challenged. You can, of course, make it a little bit tricky. Just don't go too hard on me, please. But thank you for participating, and thank you for always participating and being such good sports. I really do appreciate all of you so much for always, playing the quizzes and the games and the bird calls and all of that. It really is a lot of fun. And just to keep everyone posted, I do have my eyes on the Djuma Dam Cam and will definitely head on over there if something is happening. But with regards to our beautiful Mashatu, hopefully it will get resolved by a technician. Of course, Mashatu is in Botswana, but we do have someone going out there just to let everyone know what is happening with our beautiful water holes. What is this nonsense? Come. No fighting. Courtney, you would like to know, have I ever seen Gemsbok sparring each other? I want to know, have you ever seen Gemsbok sparring each other? No. Sadly, I have not, Courtney. Believe it or not, I have never seen Gemsbok for myself in real life, in the wild. I have seen them on farms. I have seen them in rehabilitation centers and educational centers, but I have never actually seen Gemsbok in the wild. I've seen them sparring on the dam cam, of course, but sadly not for myself yet. That is why I'm heading to Okokoyo. In 2023, that is something that's happening. I'm definitely going to make a trip up there, and then I'll tell you all about it. But I don't know when. I'll get to it. Hey guys, sorry to bother you. The Springbok said I can't be friends with them because I don't blend in with them. Can I be friends with you? Nobody always seems so lost. T, you are very rude. T is saying they are saying you can't sit with us. I always wonder, what are these animals thinking, you know, just standing here, what is going through their mind right now? Because I mean, when animals spar and all of that, I think to some effect there must be, you know, some emotion involved. And again, I'm not necessarily saying they feel like we do and they experience things like we do, but what are they thinking right now? Because I mean, surely if you are sparring and it gets serious, you're going to get annoyed and agitated and like frustrated. And yes, I do get, you know, that involves testosterone and all of that. But if they are just standing like this, what are they thinking? What is that baby thinking right now? Like, ugh, Mom, can we just go home? I think this baby is probably like my niece. Ooh. My mom loves to shop and my niece hates to shop. And somehow they always end up going to the shop together. And that is pretty much my niece. Can we just go home now, please? But there's definitely some dynamics happening here. I'm just trying to figure out what. And are they from the same group? What is happening here? Brandon, good morning. You would like to know what is the lifespan of a gemsbok. So much like, the other antelope, the wildebeest, generally it's around like 20 years. But again, never place animals in a box. But on average, it is around like 20 years or so. And of course, an animal in the wild is not going to live as long as an animal in captivity, for instance. So due to a lot of things, they don't necessarily spar as much. They don't have to deal with the stress of constantly evading predators and everything. Oh, what's happening there? Are they still fighting? Just give me a second. Oh my goodness, come now, guys. I understand this is what you do and this is how you determine who's the strongest and the prettiest and all of that, but really. Crystal, good morning. Good to hear from you as always. You are saying you love my animal narrations. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad to know that someone does. This is always what I did on safari. I would just envision what the animals are saying and doing and thinking. And I know that's not necessarily right, because then we tend to lose respect for them, because you sort of make that connotation of it's not a wild thing anymore. However, that being said, I do think that I sympathize with them more and empathize with them more then. But thank you, Crystal, and thank you to all of you that are always participating and sending through your questions and comments and everything. I really do appreciate it. But there's definitely some dynamics happening between the Gemsbokkies here today.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Oh, look at these guys. You see, if you focus on one thing for too long, then some of the other animals sneak in and sneak out. Jeez, my man, you are very beautiful and you've got a bunch of ladies to impress. Oh, Kulias, calm down. Yes, we do know that you are here. Alrighty, are you ready for the next anagram? Now, just a heads up, this next anagram is the animal, but also something it's doing. So, the next anagram is Happenings Lethals. Happenings Lethals. What is that? It's an animal and it's also something it's doing. What animal am I referring to when I say that? Let's see how clever you are. But I know you guys are going to get it. So I always tend to think, we're going to have this super fun quizmania and it's really going to be difficult. And then you guys are like, it was alright, it was average. Not that difficult, Lisa. Calm down. Oh, that one kudu is very pregnant. You're gonna have a baby. You're gonna have a baby. Oh, I can't wait to see them. The kudus, the springbok, the impalas, the wildebeest. Oh, I love a baby wildebeest. Hi Laura, you are saying these kudus look very dark in comparison to Kruger's kudus. And yes, you are correct. I actually, was wondering about the same thing. My director T also mentioned this. But definitely, and I'm trying to think of why. But again, we will never know why. My logic would tell me that, Okokoyo is a very hot and humid area. So, it might be that they are getting sunbathed more. I don't know if that makes sense. It might be that the nutritional value is different in the foliage and the vegetation here. That could also be contributing to their condition and the colors of their coats and everything. But I mean, for me, most obvious guess would be, and as I say, this just personal opinion, is probably the weather pattern that you'll find here, the temperatures. It's really hot and humid, and of course there is not that much shade in these sort of areas. Of course, as soon as they head deeper into the bush, then they have a lot of shade. but my logic would tell me it's probably because of tanning. Ukukuyo is the prime spot for getting your sunbathe on. And I should definitely then take my sunscreen with next year, because I have a very, very dark skin. If I'm in the sun for one day, some people are very jealous. I know my better half has a very, very light and fair skin, and he's always saying, oh, it's so unfair. But yes, Laura, I would say that's most probably the reason for that. But you know, of course, again, Dean's goodness. I wanted to say genes and DNA. DNA and genes is also definitely a contributing factor. You know, they've got a different bloodline up here. So that could also be a reason for it, just like we see with elephants. You know, in some areas they have really thick tusks. Some areas they have really thin tusks. So all of that plays a role. Oh my goodness, I remember that. I remember the one year I had a guest on safari. And she was from the UK. And of course, you know, the UK doesn't, I haven't been myself, but from what I've been told and I've learned, the UK is not a very sunny area. And she was there for 4 nights, I think, at the lodge. And every single safari, you know, what I loved about that lodge in particular, everything was on the vehicle. So there was sunscreen, there was water, there was mosquito repellent, everything was on the vehicle for the guests, if they didn't bring their own along as well. And I kept telling that, her name was Kelly, I kept telling her, Kelly, you really need to apply sunscreen because the sun is very harsh here in Africa and da-da-da-da-da. And she kept saying, no, I want my skin to look like yours. And I said to her, you know, remember, I'm acclimated. I live here. I'm used to this sort of harsh sun. My skin is used to it. And I promise you, here by day 3, she looked like a lobster or flamingo. And I was really getting worried. And I said to her, please, just apply sunscreen. I'm begging you now. And eventually she did, but she did really also get a very bad sunburn. And again, you know, that is the same with animals. You'll find exactly the same species distributed in all of these various locations and areas with different topography and geography and vegetation and temperatures and everything, and somehow they adapt and they acclimate and they just survive. Jeremy, you are saying, can there be leucistic antelopes? Yes, definitely. Remember, leucism and melanism and all of those things that happen in the wild is literally, it can happen to any animal. There is a pink elephant, I have spoken about her before, Kanyisa in Hoedspruit, at the herd center or the rehabilitation center for elephants, and she's literally a little pink elephant, and she's just got too little melanin. So nothing wrong with her, nothing different in terms of, you know, her abilities and all of that. But with elephants, with antelope, literally any animal, you know, it's Mother Nature. Every now and again she just throws a wild card in there, and it just so happens that the animal has either too much melanin or too little. It really does depend. We can't always explain these things. I know the other day, not too long ago, there was a white Impala calf seen in Kruger. And people were also astonished, like, oh, it must be, a magic unicorn animal or something. It's not at all. It's still a normal animal. The DNA is just a little bit different. Is that a baby zebra?
I thought maybe they are normally this time of the day they come to people down. Yes. Do you know why this is?
Thanks, Bookie. You are not very good with the whole parenting thing. You keep leaving your child with others. Ah, look at the baby zebra. Hoo-hoo! Nyong. Oh, just look at her little legs.
Okay, you can go with.
Welcome, little one. Oh, this wildebeest is literally just looking for some friends. Anyone. Picasso, good morning. You would like to know if zebra tails can get mange. Jeez, that's an interesting question. Zebra tails. I will definitely research that for you. But off the top of my head, I wouldn't think so. But I will definitely look that up for you. This baby is still very new. You can see it's still very frightened of absolutely every single sound and noise and movement and just everything around it. There's another mother that is still yet to give birth. Oh yes, baby, I agree with you. Why have water when you can have a milkshake? It's like a after and before photo, before and after. And to our left, you will see a zebra mare that still has her foal within her. And to the right, that is what you will look like after you've had your zebra foal. We can do like a like a diet commercial. Before and after you've had your zebra. There's another one. Sorry. Sorry if you are now deaf. It's another baby. Oh, and I want to say that one is even tinier. Oh, I love my leafy. Oh yes, that one is much smaller. Oh, oh. If I can just get these legs to work. Lyle, you would like to know when the breeding season is for zebras. So generally, of course, you know, Zerum's, goodness. It is technically a Zerum. We shall from now on call a zebra harem a Zerum. So zebras, of course, form harems. And there will be a stallion within that harem. And a lot of people are set on he will just mate with one female. Yes and no. Again, you know, I have seen cases where a harem has more than one foal per season. So the breeding season generally for them would be summertime, much like the other animals. I say a lot of, I don't know, for me, an easy way to remember it is anything that could potentially fall prey to a predator, like, you know, the general game, zebras, wildebeests, impalas, springboks, all of those animals. They ooh, Baba, shame. Oh, guys, that thing is very small. I think that's got to be the smallest zebra we've seen on the dam cams. Oh, that is very, very tiny. Just compare that to the other zebra now. But sorry, just to get back to your question. So anything that, you know, is potential meals to predators, generally they have the young in the rainy season. So in Okokoyo, it's any time from this time of the year up to like January, February. So that would be their breeding season. Just like the impalas, the wildebeests. Of course, we are still awaiting a lot of baby animals here in Okokoyo, but it has not really begun with the proper rainfall. Oh, I can't believe how tiny the zebra is. That is very, very small. This has really made my day. I don't know about you guys, but this is just... this is by far the smallest zebra I've seen at Wild Earth, for me personally. That is very, very tiny. And just look at that. Both of those foals know exactly which one is mommy. They know what a stripe pattern looks like. There's definitely, I believe, also pheromones and scents and stuff involved as well. But it is predominantly all about the visual effect for them. They imprint on their mother's stripe pattern, which is insane if you think about it. To us, they all look alike. And with zebras not seeing the way we do, they just see shades and shapes and sizes. How impressive is it that that tiny one knows, that's my mom, that's her stripes, that's who I'm going to stick to and follow. How beautiful is this? Sorry, I just wanted to see if we can still see the other mother and foal still. Gia, you are saying this is absolutely precious and that your heart is melting. I absolutely agree with you. This really is. It's got to be one of my favorite baby animals, is a baby zebra. Definitely agree with you. And as I say, this is the smallest I've seen since being at Wild Earth. So for me, this is absolutely precious. And how impressive that, of course, these animals can already run and walk and nurse and all of that within a few minutes from being born. But especially if you look at this location, Ukukoyo, I think walking as a youngster on those stilts basically is already challenging enough, and then you throw rocks in the mix, you throw this weird sort of location and habitat in the mix, and they still just do it. They adapt, they follow their mom. As long as they get their milk, they are happy to do it. Oh, that was just absolutely precious. I'm so happy we got to see that. That literally made my day. But I will continue to watch the beautiful waterholes and see what else comes around. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to send you back to Andrew in Amakhala.
So we have made our way up into the Friedeland area, and we are here at the secretary bird nesting site, and we've got visual of at least 2 of them so far. And looks like they're doing well and haven't fledged yet. I'm really hoping they do soonish. So I go on my holiday on the 4th of January, so hopefully by then we will see that. Looking as curious as they normally do. I often wonder what they are thinking, because they have seen us here a lot of times for many hours, and I'm curious to know what they think we are doing over here. Oh, Karen, you find it a little bit intimidating, that orange around their face there. Yes, I suppose it does look a bit intimidating. Looks very Jurassic-like, dinosaur-like, if you will. And each time that we come here, it does seem that it's getting just a bit more orange. But yeah, with a beak like that, this is a bird that you don't want to get bitten by, especially not on your fingers. I'm sure they would make your finger sore if they bite it. Okay, so there's a little bit of movement there. So all 3 of them are doing quite well by the looks of it. I'm glad to see that they are enjoying the nice cool weather. Suddenly some clouds have formed. It's blocking out the sun, so it is cooling down quite a bit. And I don't know what this afternoon brings, or tomorrow, but by the looks of it, something is busy building up. Russell, hello. So all of the above. Secretary birds are not specific in the snakes that they're going to go for. So anything that they can efficiently overpower and kick and stun, they're definitely going to take it, whether it be venomous or not venomous. The most, in my career, I have seen secretary birds. Most of the snakes I've seen them with is actually puff adder. But I think especially out here in the Eastern Cape, because puff adders are very common out here. And some of the biggest puff adder recordings in the entire country are actually here in the Eastern Cape. And there's no shortage of them. So I think that plays a big role, being a more frequent food source for them. They'll go for Cape cobras, which are also found out here. And rinkels and other types of adders. And also a good area for red-lipped heralds and mole snakes. And the odd olive house snake and brown house snake. And the rest are sort of insects and small mammals like hares and rodents.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellie swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
They are looking so beautiful. Lots of detail starting to form with them. And I remember when I first came here and first was introduced to these secretary birds, they barely had any feathers on their body. Their wings had no plumage, almost looked like chicken wings, if you will. And since then, there's so much development that's taken place here. And that beautiful sort of mantle or the feathers on the back of the head. It's a typical characteristic for secretary birds. And looks like it's growing very nicely there. Even got the white tips on the end. Greg, not at this stage, Greg. So the adults are going to need to give them water. At the moment, these juveniles are very much nest bound. So they need to stay at the nesting site until they are ready to fledge. And once they fledge, that's the next phase of their life. So at any stage, if they get out of this nest and land on the ground, then you know that they're entering the next phase of their life. But the adults, they do go quite regularly. I'm presuming they go to Archie's Pan, which is down in the bottom of the valley here. and pick up some water there. They fly back or walk back to the nest, fly up on top of the nest, and then proceed to give the chicks water. They call it the dribbling of water when they literally give them water from their beak. And not just a few drops. I mean, it's a meaningful amount of water that is provided by the adults. And it's getting a little bit warm again now. I think the sun is poking through the gaps in the clouds. But I do believe in 2 days or 3 days from now, we're going to have a 40-degree day. And being on the reserve, we can add on a few more degrees, so 42, 43. We're not looking forward to that. That is going to be quite something. Oyster catcher, thanks for your question. So oyster catcher, I'm not sure. There's actually very little known about the fledging process of secretary birds. Well, secretary birds in general. So the research and observations haven't been done as much as what could have been done. Hence the reason why we're spending so much time here. We want to sort of gather some information as well. But I do think they will probably leave the nest at the same time. I think it's going to help them a lot if they enter that fledging process together, opposed to one here, one there, one here. Rather be together when they do it. And then the adults, it's also less energy consuming for the adults. So when they fledge, they can all get shepherded at the same time. And this is the process where the adults will take these juveniles into the bush after they fledge, take them into the bush and show them a few things here and there. Let them master those basics, and then off they go. And they're going to start their next chapter of adulthood in their life. And hopefully will breed for themselves. Now these juveniles can't stay with the adults for prolonged periods of time because the adults are going to want to breed next year. So more or less, not exactly, but more or less same time next year, these chicks will need to have been independent from the adults and the nest and each other. So then the adults can breed again over here using the same nest. And they will continue using this nest for as long as the pair, the adult pair, are active as a pair. Pamela, I think they would. If there's a chick here that's not doing very well at all, I think it's going to get out-competed by these other chicks over here. So if one is very much weaker and sick and, is not doing well and is more than likely heading towards passing away, then these chicks over here are going to really out-compete it, take all the food, and the other chick that is weak will probably be eliminated fairly quickly. I don't know if the adults would, actively neglect and ignore it. They might. It's quite surprising that all three of these youngsters are at the stage where they are now and still alive, because there is quite a high fatality when it comes to secretary bird chicks growing up in the nest. Predators, competition, and then also the competition amongst the chicks themselves. But it does seem like there's plenty of food availability from what we have seen. And that, of course, is going to influence the success of the, I was going to say litter, the clutch, if you will. If food is scarce, then you're going to find that the ones that are hungry and dominant are going to take all the food. Good show. We're going to continue watching them a little bit more, see what they do. Otherwise, we're going to send you over to Liam, who I believe has found some beautiful rhinos to show you.
And hello everybody, and welcome to Kariega, where we are escaping to nature with the back of a rhino as they slowly wander, a pair of rhinos as they slowly wander down into a little dip in the plains here just behind that blesbok. They were grazing through the plains here moments ago, but decided to make their way towards some nice, slightly greener pastures just in the distance there. You can just make out their backs. Now, I'd love to know from you if you're able to tell me what species of rhino that might be, judging by the number of humps you can see on its back. Please do send through your comments or even questions if you have any. I'm more than happy to attempt to respond to them and answer them all. Yeah, a notion I do think about quite a lot, and it's quite an interesting subject that can bring very divided views. But we'll open up that can of worms in a bit. Scan over, there's an impala, seems to be chasing after a female here. Impala ram. Oh dear, just behind the slope again. Seems I'm finding everything that is behind something. So the can of worms I was intending to open is the view on different mechanisms to conserve an area, which is, of course, in Africa there are very different approaches. There are very older mechanisms to manage protected areas, like in South Africa, where we utilize the fortress type mechanisms to contain a wildlife area within a fenced section, which is it's a very good tool for completely eliminating any conflict between man and wildlife. But I'd love to know from you, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's right for us to completely separate ourselves from the natural world? I'd really love to hear your thoughts. In many parts of Africa, you have so many great vast areas where wildlife peacefully exists, and sometimes not so peacefully exists, but exists alongside man. So yeah, that's how's that? I'd love to, like I said, love to hear your comments on that. Of course, these wonderful scenes of blesbok and abundance of game with zebra and a great abundance of wildlife is really, it's much easier in a setting where we've got a very, very controlled, managed environment. But it, I don't know. I think it breeds a problematic mindset. Zitting cisticolas are out and about, calling and zitting away high up in the sky. Really tricky to get a good visual of them. They're tiny little LBJs that will display throughout the day, even in the heat of the summer. You might have just heard it briefly there, zip, zip, zipping away. Well, from a couple of stripy horses on the plains of Kariega to a couple more stripy horses with Lisa. Let's go and have a look what's happening in Etosha.
Thank you, Liam. Yes, we've still got our zebras around and some more joining, and we still have our baby somewhere. I just had it and I seem to have lost it, but we'll get back to the baby in just a bit. The new zebra. And I'm still awaiting your answers on our last anagram. It was happenings lethals. Happenings lethals. Both of them plural. What is that? And it is an animal, but it's also something that it does. An animal doing something. No, there's the baby. And today it is a good 36 degrees in Okokweyo, so it's very hot, it's very humid. It is getting drier and drier in the actual bush. So the animals are really now forced to hydrate as much as they can. You can just see that tiny head. Wendy, you would like to know if I've ever seen a zebra that is predominantly black. My apologies, Wendy. Yes, we've actually got I call it my BFF. It's a black fluffy foal here in Okokweyo. And it's not completely black, but like for the most part of the upper body at least, it is almost completely black. And again, you know, that is not a different kind of zebra or different kind of animal or anything. It's just merely it's got an overdose of melanin. And you can find that with any species really, where the animal just has too much melanin. Sometimes animals have too little melanin. And you find something like a white lion or a pink elephant or white impala. So it really does depend. So yes, we do currently have a tiny fluffy foal that is very, very dark in coloration. But I have not seen it in a while. I am keeping my eyes open for it. But we have seen 2 babies today. I've actually seen the smallest baby I've ever seen here at Wild Earth. But they've already left, I think. Or is that you? Let me just double check. I think it is this one that's still around. Oh, there it is. It's very, very small. When they were actually in the water, you could see how unsure it is still of itself. Of course, you know, rocks doesn't make it very easy, but it's still very, very flimsy on the legs. But yes, Wendy, I've seen a dark zebra. I've even seen a ginger zebra, which was completely red. And no, it was not due to dust bathing or anything like that. Again, it was just a different composition of genes and DNA and melanin and all of that. So it was very cute actually. It was a tiny zebra, but it was completely red. It was very cute. I've actually still got a photo of that zebra, and it was on the first reserve that I guided on. But just look at this tiny one. You can just imagine how hot all of these animals will be. So they might head deeper into the bush for some shade and shelter, or they might stick around, you know, so that they are in fact close enough to the water should they want to get another drink. But really every single day is different. What are you doing, you weirdo? Look at this one zebra. So that would be a foal from last year. But I assume it's it's seeing all of the other babies and fondly remembering that a milkshake is much nicer than water. So we've seen 2 baby zebras today, 1 baby oryx. We should definitely see if we can add another baby to today's list. Oh, and we've seen the baby blacksmith lapwing. That was also a bonus. But maybe, just maybe, we'll get lucky with some baby elephants. This has got to be the funniest Egyptian goose I've seen in my life. It's constantly got its head underwater. And of course, you know, they do that, but especially this one, that is almost the only thing it does the whole day. Even got some rude looks from the crews earlier on. That was obviously very confused by this weird bird with no head. Steve, you are 9 years old. Still very, very young. Almost like this baby zebra we have. But thank you so much for joining us and thank you for showing interest. You would like to know how distantly related are zebras and horses. So, I mean, it's not that simple, but they do belong to the same family along with donkeys. However, people do tend to confuse, these animals. They, of course, have their own order and all of that when you start to look at the taxonomy. I don't want to go too deep into it because I just want to simplify it a little bit for you, Steve. But they do belong to the same family. Of course, when you look at their anatomy, just ran into mom's butt. They do, of course, have a lot of the same anatomy when it comes to the build of the body, the way they function, their organs, etc., etc. But not that closely as people would think, actually. But they do belong to the same family. So I hope that's an easy enough answer for you, Steve. If it's not, you can let me know, then I will try to go deeper into it. But as I said, I don't want to overcomplicate it for you. And now we can see both babies. I think we should arrange a play date for them. Oh man, I really hope we do get to see some elephants today. As you all know, I'm happy with absolutely everything we see, but I think we deserve some elephants. What do you think? Some elephants and some babies. But I mean, I will even just settle for one elephant if they come around and say hello. And remember, we are live, we are interactive, so you're more than welcome to send your questions, comments, answers, suggestions, anything you would like us to know about. You're more than welcome to send those through to us. Because at the end of the day, I'm actually the guest. I'm just lucky to be with all of you. And as I always remind you, just remember Okokoyo is in fact a campsite as well. So if you do hear other voices, it's not the voices in my head. Those are luckily silent for you not to hear, but it is the guests here and the visitors here at the Okokoyo camp. Billy Wild Guy, you would like to know if zebras have the ability to cool themselves down without water. Now, Liam did touch on this a little bit earlier on, but yes, from what we believe, from our human interpretation, as I always say to you, I don't like to always say this is what animals do and this is why they do it, this is why they were designed in that manner. But yes, from what we believe throughout studies and observation, they can relieve themselves from heat by through thermoregulation. Sorry. So with the black and the white, a lot of people, for me, as I say, I'm very on the fence about it, because we don't know if that is the exact reason for it. But of course, the black and the white sort of cancels one another out. So whereas the black stripes reflect the sunlight, the white absorbs it, and it creates sort of this regulation over the body. And that actually, as I say, people hypothesize that is how they cool themselves down. But you will see now these zebras coming to the water, they'll actually get into the water. And it's very much the same effect like us. As soon as you are very, very hot, just getting a wet cloth or, cooling your face off, that definitely immediately almost gives you relief. So yes, there are various ways. And of course, standing in the shade, all of that. Unfortunately, they are not ruminants, so they can't regurgitate their food and conserve energy and just relax as much as they can. But yes, definitely, all of these animals will make a plan one way or the other. But they don't swim or, like the oryxes. We see the oryx and the springbok specifically going into the water. That definitely does help them to cool down as well. But with the zebras, generally they just go into the shallow end, so that should something happen, they can just immediately escape or evade whatever is potentially threatening them. Oh, I was just about to say our quillias have not photobombed in quite a while. But there they are, those beautiful birds. Well, it's not that beautiful from far away. It's actually quite intimidating if you just see that black cloud or swarm. But those are, of course, the red-billed quillias that flock together in their masses, drinking water together. Of course, perching in a tree together. It really is so, so impressive. Come on, come back. Come, quillias. Haha, there they are. And how amazing, just in that split second, they all got a drink now, cool themselves off very quickly, and then but they'll do that several times throughout the day, not just once or twice. They will constantly go back and forth and, of course, make turns in doing so. Kelly, you would like to know, how do birds fly in the same direction at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, if I got that question correctly. So, it's difficult. Again, just like anything else, there can be a lot of studies and everything around it. For me personally, I don't always, as I say, like to say that birds have this, but of course, they communicate so efficiently, and this is actually something I talk about every day with the quillias specifically. How impressive is it that they don't once crash or, one gets lost or anything. They all know immediately and exactly, this is now when we're taking off. This is the direction we're flying in. This is how long we're quickly going to stop and drink. This is the tree we're going to next. And if you listen, because of course you can, the quillias, it's those really noisy birds. Not the crows, but I'll play you their call a bit later. It's gonna be a bit difficult now over them. But whilst flying and moving and all of that, they know exactly, what is happening. And that is all through communication. That is the brilliant thing about animals, We don't hear everything. We don't always smell everything and know everything that's going on in and around them. But they know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, what the next plan is. So it's all about communication. And communication is not always just vocal. Like with animals or mammals specifically, that will be more through pheromones, smell, that sort of thing. So, yes, communication. It all boils down to communication. when we've got an answer on our last anagram. Michelle, you got it correct. You said happenings, lethals equals elephant splashing. Yes, it's singular, but you got it correct. Elephant splashing or splashing elephants, which I'm still hoping for today. I thought we'd throw that one out there. Hopefully the universe is listening and we'll get a splashing elephant. But thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much for participating. I will think of our next one, but I think I've got it. Just give me a sec. Come on, splashing elephant. I really need you, elephants. Alrighty, well, we will of course keep monitoring Ukukuyo, but in the meanwhile I'm going to give you your next anagram, and it is rearm tranship. Rearm tranship. So REARM TRANSHIP. Rearm tranship. What animal is that? Righty, well, I'm going to keep an eye on Ukukuyo, but I think let us take a look-see and see what is happening on the Djuma Dam Cam. You can see it is fairly hot over here. There is a slight bit of a breeze for the animals, but as I say, having a breeze in Djuma doesn't always help. Sometimes it's just heat circulating. But we've got a beautiful wildebeest, some impalalas. The anagram that I just gave you is something we see here in Mashatu, in Ukukuyo. in a lot of our locations actually. But it is not one of these animals. It's not an impala, it's not a wildebeest. So that is out of the equation. So of course this is the blue wildebeest. In Amakhala we see the black wildebeest, which is actually also a species I haven't seen too many times in my life. But of course the blue wildebeest being very common, specifically in these regions of Greater Kruger. Even if you go to the Waterberg area, really pretty much all over southern Africa, it's a very common species. And of course this is the animal that is responsible for Mufasa's death. Well, I mean, not really. Technically, I don't want to start a war here. But the stampede, that is the animal, the blue wildebeest. A lot of people think it's buffaloes. In The Lion King, you know, that happens with the stampede and the death of Mufasa. But it is actually these guys. And yes, I know ultimately, you know, it was the hyenas and Scar and everyone that killed Mufasa. But sadly, without knowing it, the wildebeests also contributed. I know I'm probably going to get a lot of comments now like, how dare you? It was Scar that killed him. And of course, remember, if you were not able to join us for the whole Escape to Nature today, you can always just download the Wild Earth app, and then you can check out the highlights where we highlight all of the best bits for you. And this is not just for Escape to Nature, of course. This is Sunrise Safari, Sunset Safari, so please do go look at that so you can keep updated. It's definitely a nifty tool. I will be using it for the next few days when I am on leave, just to stay updated with everything I might miss. I am very, very anxious actually. I am very afraid that I'll miss the first baby springboks and baby impalas and all of that in Ukukuyo, but nature cannot wait for everything and everyone.
Wild Earth Explorers, this one's for you. You stand a chance to head off to the wondrous Camp Fig Tree Mountain Safari Lodge, situated on the border of Addo Elephant National Park, for an unforgettable 3-night stay for two. Witness the incredible elephant herds at Addo firsthand and explore with an open vehicle safari tailored to you or a relaxing bush picnic. Sign up to be an explorer to treat yourself to a much-needed
I don't know who of you are struggling with the next anagram. Apparently FC is having a lot of trouble. If you missed it, it is rearm Tron ship. And it's something we see in Ukukuyo, we see in Mashatu, in Juma. Pretty much all of our locations, I would say. It's a bit of a head scratcher. It is not a bird, no, Sitley. It is not a bird. It's not a plane. Want to have a look-see and see if we can see our blacksmith lapwing, but I have not seen them return again yet today. And as I say, it's very odd. It seems like it's just got one parent. So when we saw it this morning, it was in this little spring. Just loving life, and then the next thing, the parent decided, no, it's time for breakfast at the camp, and they they headed to the back of us. Sitley, you are asking for more clues than our viewers. No, it's not the scientific name. We in fact just saw this animal, like literally within the last minute. I'm second guessing myself actually. I just have to check the spelling. But I think I'm good. Whew, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm safe. For those of you that join us frequently on Escape to Nature, a while back I referred to I think I referred to these animals as Tracy and Theo or something like that, and the one confided in Dewey in Juma, and I tried to get through to the other one because apparently there was a marital dispute in my head, of course. And but Tracy was very, very, very stubborn. She didn't want to listen. If you join us frequently, then you will sort of like ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, sort of know what I'm talking about now. Or you'll probably just think, oh my goodness, Lisa, you need to get out more and get oxygen. I think I might even get to the point where I'm disliking a crow more than a harida, which is radical for me. You guys know how I feel about haridas, but really. So very eerie call. Darcy Miller, I've told you before, you are not allowed to play these games anymore because you always get them right. Yes, so you are correct. It is a marsh terrapin. And for those of you that also got it correct, well done. That was a tricky one. See, Seatley, it wasn't that difficult. It is a marsh terrapin. Well done. And I just want to show you briefly when I said we just saw it. Let me just try. It might be a little bit tricky. Let me try for all of you. Oi, Springbok, get out of the way. There we go. There's our terrapin. So that is specifically why I very modestly, went around the water edge, seemingly looking for a blacksmith lapwing. I was, though, I have to say, I was looking for the little chickadee, our lap chick. But yes, it was a marsh terrapin, so if you got it correct, well done. And for those of you that are only joining us now, we do also have someone with a correct answer, marsh terrapin, and that was Baobab Girl. Thank you so much. You guys are just too clever with these things. But if you are only joining us now, we've had some interesting ones today. White lion, Cory bustard, springbok, splashing elephants. We've even had the lesser spotted tailor, which is a sighting that we had yesterday on Sunset Safari. So yes, we'll see if we can do a few more for Escape to Nature today. But as I say, you guys are always welcome to challenge me as well. Please do not feel like this is just a one-way relationship. Of course, we are live, we are interactive, and if you've got one that you would like me to scratch my head about, you're more than welcome to send that. Just bear with me, I'm just going through my Bush Bible to see which one we can do next that will be a little bit trickier. See, Claire, that one was still fairly straightforward. The lesser spotted tailor, I think, has been the most difficult for today. But that was a curveball. Everyone was just too clever for us. Just want to have a look-see. We have not seen our quillias in quite some time now. I mean today. They are definitely around. Oh, we've got some giraffes approaching the waterhole from afar. Come on, giraffes. The little grebes are calling you. Sunday W, if I'm not mistaken, you would like to know what is the gestation period of this antelopes. So it depends on what you are referring to. Of course, we've got the kudu. Kudus gestate for about 9 months. The oryx also gestates for about 9 months. Springbok, if I'm not mistaken, 7 months. So all of them are more or less in that time frame, which interestingly enough, if you look at it, is not all that long. But it's quite sad, you know, when it does become baby season, a lot of them unfortunately do lose their babies due to predators and just everything else being silly and hungry. Of course, you know, it is all about survival of the fittest, but yes, the kudus are 9 months, the oryx, the ones with the straight horns in the water, those are also 9 months, and yes. The giraffe we see in the background, they gestate for about 14-15 months. The springboks 6 to 7 months. So they all have a sort of different gestation period. However, that being said, the springbok, the oryx, the kudu, generally they are summer breeders, whereas the giraffes are often all year breeders or all year round breeders. I could be wrong, but it does seem like a pregnant giraffe, this one. I might be wrong. Of course, you know, with giraffes, even though the males and the females technically have horns, or ossicones as we call it, the females have very thin and dainty and delicate horns, and they are still fluffy on top, as opposed to the males having very thick horns, because of course they do neck each other. They use those horns to establish dominance and fight with each other, much like the kurus use their horns as well. But this one is a lady. I suspect a lady with a baby. So, we do have another anagram for you. This one is going to be a trickier one, I'm not going to lie. You are going to have to have a good think about this one. So the next anagram is Caliber Seek. It's an animal we see often and hear often in Ukokoyo, Djuma, as well as Mashatu. Don't want to make it too easy. I think those are the only clues I'll give for now, but of course, as always, if you need more, you can let me know. But Caliber Seek is the next anagram. What creature am I referring to? I'm trying to think of another clue now without making it too easy. Let's just play with that for a while and see if you guys can get it. Giraffe, what are you looking at? Alrighty, beautiful people, but while you wonder about the next anagram and what it might be, I'm going to send you to Liam in Kariga to see what he's up to.
Oh, hello everybody and welcome back to Kariga, where we are sitting here with a best buck who's taken up a bit of resting. Here on the plains with a pair of zebras. Now, I learned something new today, and that is the naming of a bless book. A viewer this morning asked, what is the significance of the name bless book? And quite simply, it refers to the facial disc that you have in the front on its nose. And in Afrikaans, the term bless refers to, in English, the blaze. And the blaze is the part of a horse's frontal or facial patch that's clearly marked on the face. And that's where it gets its name from. The bless book gets its name from a horse. It's quite a nifty little fast fact. And the other question that was asked is, do you often find bless book alone? And I tried to see, actually I think it was yesterday, tried to see if we could find one, this particular one. He is the resident bless book male. And I don't believe he has a name yet, so if there's any recommendations as to what name we might want to give this good sir, please do send through your recommendations. I'd love to hear them. Now, there is a zebra with a particular name, and his name's Stumpy, and he's sitting here with a female. Now there's a recommendation I've heard of, Blessy the Bokkie. That's very cute and endearing, but it's very diminutive for a big male blessbok. Let's see what other recommendations could come. I'd love to hear them. But Stompy in the back, Benjamin is a slight improvement from Blessy. That's not bad. It's not bad. Or Benji. I do like the name Benji. It's got diminutiveness to it, but it's still Benjamin. But Stompy is in the back here. He seems to have moved off with another zebra. I don't know if it's part of his group, but he's just moving off down the hill and a little bit out of view. But Benjamin, it shall be for now, unless we have some viewers who would love to also contribute. What recommendations do we have for all the blessbok over here? He loves to sit in this very spot every single day, where he sits around and saves as much energy as he can. So Bonnaroo, now that's something I haven't heard before. That sounds catchy. Bonnaroo the Bontebok. Well, I mean, it would work for Bonnaroo the can work for a Bontebok, I think. I mean, a blessbok is really hardly separable from a Bontebok. Interesting little bit of information I did find in researching the name of blessbok. I realized that the blessbok is in fact not the nominant species. It is rather the Bontebok that is the nominant species, and the blessbok that is the non-nominant. So when one refers to nominant species, we refer to the principal name of a species, because you always have, say, you've got two segments to the scientific name of a species. For example, it might be Homo sapien in the human's instance. So the dominant species would be of Homo sapien, be Homo sapiens sapien. So that's something new I didn't realize, that the Bontebok is the dominant species, which is surprising because it's such a small population or small grouping. Kaki, that is the perfect name for this blesbok. Blaze. Oh, I think you've hit the nail on the head. And so it is. His name is Blaze. Hey, that's a magnificent name. So there it is. Blaze the blesbokie. Lekker. So he's just chilling here in the blazing heat and trying to save his energy and keep it for when he wants to blaze the trail and keep another male at bay. Oh, lekker. So yes, this particular male blesbok, herein referred to as Blaze, he sits here almost every single day without fail. Much how a wildebeest male would do the same. So again, I was saying yesterday how that presence in a particular place over time, it has an interesting effect on the other individuals within that species. So if Blaze over here sits in the same spot over a long period of time, other males in the area have the tendency to think that, well, there's another male there, so let's try and go and look somewhere else where there perhaps isn't another male. See, species tend to try avoid conflict as best possible if they can. And so that is a type of mechanism that is in play there.
Hello everyone, my name's Tanya Ray. I'm from the United Kingdom. I am absolutely thrilled to have won a stay at the Atali Safari Lodge. For me, this is like a dream come true, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up and it could be you getting out there experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
folks are out and about for today's safari. So just a reminder that of course it is a live and interactive safari, so you are all here through your screens where it's all going down. Now Stompy certainly seems to be getting on board with that notion. It makes sense having a look at his harem now. This is the full harem of Stompy and Co, where he's got 3 females and 1 foal, which is quite mature. So assume that that those other 2 females would, or even actually potentially all 3 of those females could come into estrus, because that foal is quite big. So she, its mother would be probably receptive to mating, or ready to mate, should I say. Yeah. Oh. Go forth and multiply, boy. Doing a good job. So you'll find, because there's not as many predators here, and maybe as well brown hyena, you'll find that because of that, the numbers of wildlife, the numbers of ungulates particularly, will have to be managed quite tightly. Of course, it's a particular delimited area with a fence around it. So in a place like Kariega, it would be managed. So whilst we watch Stompy creating more population here, let's go and have a look at Ohakweyo with Lisa.
Thank you, Liam. We still have giraffes. Well, they finally came to the waterhole now, after quite some time. And if you have not heard me referring to this, I always say a drinking giraffe looks very much like my father when he plays bowls. Because he's in his life already had 2 knee replacements. And when he has to go down to pick up one of those bowls, that is literally what it looks like. I call him my giraffe. He does not like it though, that I will say. But we have good banter, my father and I. He says I sound like a hyena when I'm laughing, so I mean, who's really rude if you think about it? I just call him a drinking giraffe. He calls me a cackling hyena. I should actually, if one of the naturalists need that for bingo this afternoon, they can always just come over to me. I'll of course only be able to laugh. You shan't see my face. But it really is so impressive to see these animals drinking. Going down in that weird position, and of course, every now and again you'll see them sort of jumping back up So they do have a very, very immaculate blood pressure system, you know, to prevent from from them getting dizzy, from the heart, of course, to the brain. But that is why every now and again you'll just see them sort of flicking the head when they come back up and then go back down. But even the amount of time that they do go down in that weird position is rather impressive. This is actually a classic example because people tend to say that, you know, male giraffes are the darker ones. I've often referred to, you know, the older giraffes become the darker they might become as well. But again, that is not always the case. You can see this is a female, or cow as we refer to it, and she is much darker than the other giraffe. So again, you know, it's all based on genes, their DNA composition. All depends on what Mother Nature threw in the mix. Something seems to be catching their attention. I think it might be the visitors at camp. But let me just make sure. You never know. Unless they are giving the Springboks a dirty look, I suspect they might just be looking at the lesser spotted Homo sapiens at camp. And if you are only joining us now for Escape to Nature, goodness, to nature. We are doing some anagrams today on, you know, sightings and animals and birds and everything that pertains to Wild Earth. And our next anagram was Caliber Seek. Caliber space Seek. Caliber Seek. What creature am I referring to if I'm talking about that anagram? It's something we see and hear often on Escape to Nature at Mashatu, Djuma, Okokoyo. What creature are we referring to? This specific creature actually resonates a lot with elephants, which of course, you know, is animals that we see in Djuma, Mashatu, Okokoyo. And Mother Nature, if you are listening, please, can we have some elephants just for today? I'm just being silly. I would really like to see that elephant herd with a tiny, tiny baby.
Yeah, beginning of January, I think she needs to work again. She's off for 2 weeks.
Troy, you would like to know, are giraffes considered good parents? It depends who you ask. Just like humans. No, I'm kidding. No, really, it does depend who you ask and where you ask it, I guess. I remember working in Greater Kruger. I don't know why, but specifically on that reserve, the giraffes were horrible, the cows. Like, we literally saw a calf, and I promise you, we missed the birth by 2 minutes. One of my colleagues saw it, and I just did not get there in time. But anyway, we obviously spent some time with this giraffe and a calf and everything. And like after a while, the calf standing and suckling a little bit, she just took off. Like she's late for a nail appointment or a hoof appointment, I guess. And the calf was sort of, you could see the calf was really stressed out. Like, mom, you know when you lose your mom as a kid in the shopping center or in a grocery store? Like that poor giraffe had that look on its face. And she just sort of carried on. And another sighting we had, you know, that very same circumstances happened and lions got a hold of the calf. So it really depends on who you ask. Because I know not too long ago in Kruger National Park, there was a giraffe that had given birth. And to this day, they are not really sure what happened. I know it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was close to Crocodile Bridge on the S25 and the H4-2, somewhere there. But anyway, this giraffe gave birth, and for some reason the calf couldn't stand up. So, you know, we don't really know what happened. Were the legs broken? What was wrong? And naturally, you know, lions came and jackals came and vultures came and everything came. But for good 2-3 days, that giraffe cow stayed there and she tried as much as she can. There's some pretty good footage on it as well, where, you know, she tries to chase the lions away and everything. And to some extent, there's only so much she could have done. But she stuck around that area and that sighting or that location for a good 2-3 days. She didn't leave or anything. So, Troy, that's why I'm saying it depends who you ask and where the giraffes are that you are referring to. But I would say for the most part they are most probably good parents. But again, probably depends on the situation. And again, you know, that just begs the question, what drives these animals? Like, what drives them to be super paranoid or super chilled when it comes to their offspring? But you know, that also sort of begs the question on how do animals know these things? Because as I say, every area is going to be different. But for instance, a cuckoo, of course they are brood parasites, but how do they know generation to generation to generation to generation? Okay, this is what we do. We don't take care of our young, we just go dump it in someone else's nest. Like how? How does an animal know to sort of separate itself from a harem or a herd before it gives birth? Is it the contractions? Is it just an instinct? A female lion, for instance, of course, females, before they give birth, they also leave the pride, and they actually spend quite some time away from the pride so that those tiny ones can, you know, grow up a little bit. She can hide them. But how do they know? It's really, I don't know. It's very strange. So it seems I might have made the next anagram a little bit too tricky. But as I said, it's something we see very often on Escape to Nature. We hear it at Mashatu, Juma, as well as Ukokoyo. This animal or creature resonates a lot with elephants. And what else? It's a very vocal creature. Very, very vocal. In fact, I think something's wrong with this creature. Harry, you would like to know which animal in the bush has the longest gestation period. The animal we are anxiously waiting for, Harry. It's the elephants. So they gestate for a good 22 months. I'm just trying to make sure. No, there's nothing longer than that. So elephants gestate for 22 months. Of course, it's a massive animal. And their babies weigh about 100 to 120 kilograms when they are born. But next to them, you've got giraffes and rhinos that are around 14, 15 months. But elephants take the cake. The animals we are very, very anxiously waiting for. Just one elephant, Mother Nature. I don't like to demand, but I would love to see some Ellies. What is... Oh. It's the giraffes. I thought it might be heffalumpies. Either you have deserted me, or I've really made the anagram very, very tricky. Creature we see in Mashatu, well, here in Mashatu, Juma and Okokoyo. Very vocal creature. Resonates with elephants. It's omnivorous. What creature am I talking about? And you all, I think you all know this creature fairly well. My apologies. It's not one of the zebras sneezing. Jane, you would like to know, do zebras and giraffes have similar looking feet? So they are both ruminants. Ungulates, sorry. They are both ungulates, which means a hoofed animal. But a zebra is what we call an odd-toed ungulate, because it's just sort of got one hoof, whereas a giraffe has got, it's called an even toe ungulate. So it's basically got like two toes in its hoof. So both of them are in fact ungulates, but their tracks are very, very different. And then of course giraffe tracks will generally, for the most part, be much, much larger. That is a very good question. So the springbok, wildebeest, oryx. Just trying to think what else. Michelle, okay, you're not allowed to play anymore. I don't know where you're getting the answers. I think you've got inside info. Michelle is saying the answer to the to the anagram caliber Seek is Lisa Becker. Yes, you are correct. Well done, Michelle. Baie geluk. It is in fact. I did unfortunately say you see me in Juma and Mashatu and Okokoyo. But technically you guys see me. I mean, you hear me more than you see me, but I'm with you in spirit. But yes, that was the anagram. And I resonate with elephants, and I'm very vocal. Well done, Michelle. We'll do a couple more for Escape to Nature. see what we can come up with. Lillian, hi there. You are saying the anagrams have been a lot of fun and made you scratch your brain. You are welcome. And thank you so much for participating. As I say, I always really do appreciate all of you that, are always willing to be such good sports and play along and participate and, even just put your 2 cents in. So the next 2 will definitely be naturalists. That much I can tell you. Since, I can't do myself and not do any of the other naturalists. But of course, it can be any of the Wild Earth naturalists. Present, past and future. So I do hope you are ready. Charles, you would like to know if I know how deep this waterhole is. I haven't been in it myself, but I can tell you that, the springboks, the oryxes, when they are in the actual water, it only reaches up to their stomach. So sadly at this stage it is not very, very deep. But hopefully, we are expecting rain within the next month or so, hopefully sooner. But it is not very deep. That being said, Charles, this is a man-made waterhole. So if really need be, in dire emergency, we are able, when I say we, not Wild Earth, but the campsite and of course, the conservationists in this region can fill it up if need be. But no, it is not very, very impressively deep. Alrighty, so I hope you've got your fingers ready for the next anagram. So the next 2, as I said, will also be naturalists. But that being said, it can be past naturalists at Wild Earth, it can be future, it can be past and future, it can be present naturalists. So the next one that we have is Earth Men Slow Down. earth men slow down. Which naturalist am I referring to? I really am enjoying this. I hope you guys are too, but it's as I always say, it's easy to be in my seat and, you know, challenge all of you. But I really am enjoying this with all of you today. Just quickly want to have a look-see and see if there's a baby zebra hidden amongst those. Of course, they camouflage so well, or blend in and hide so well amongst the adults. Oh, this is such an African scene, right? Wildebeests, giraffes, zebras, elephants, we need you. Oh, but even if we don't see elephants today, my day has definitely been made with that tiny baby zebra we saw this morning. Just want to see why everyone is running frantically now. Jade, you would like to know, do lions usually catch baby giraffe? I mean, usually is a risky term, because again, you know, it depends on the reserve you find yourself in, the weather conditions, etc. But of course, you know, if you look at a baby giraffe, just like any baby animal, it is still very tiny, very vulnerable, doesn't have street smarts yet, or bush smarts as we will call it. So they are very vulnerable to any predators, yes. I've even seen footage, I haven't seen it myself, but I've even seen footage of a leopard, a big male leopard, that got a hold of a baby giraffe. So again, it really does depend. And of course, you know, if you've got a whole pride of lions, then it will definitely make it much more difficult for the tiny one to get away and for the mother to protect it. So it really does depend. I mean, I remember the one reserve I was working on, we literally within a week there were 5 different giraffe kills, and the reason for that was actually due to the weather conditions throughout that week.
Hi, my name is Leslie Miller and I'm from Olympia, Washington. I'm so excited to have won a 3-night stay at Jackie's Tree Lodge and visit Madikwe Game Reserve. I started watching Wild Earth in 2019 in anticipation of my first trip to Africa in February of 2020. After that trip and through the pandemic, Wild Earth helped keep me connected to nature and Africa. I'm so happy to be able to return in person.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
So Jade, just to get back to your question, lions can definitely go after baby giraffes, yes, but they can also go after fully grown giraffes. As I was saying, on the reserve I was working at formerly, we literally within a week we had 5 different giraffe kills from different prides. And when we investigated this, we realized, okay, well, it's due to the weather pattern, because it was a super windy week, goodness. And the giraffes, you know, obviously were just staying in one area, and it was in different locations. But of course, when it's windy, animals just tend to, you know, sort of hunker down or just stay in one area so they can try and avoid predators. But of course that did not work too well for the giraffes. And of course when it's windy, you know, the predators can have their scents disguised. So that was a sad week for the giraffes. But it really does depend. Darcy Miller, I did tell you, you are not allowed to play anymore. You are always getting these correct. I know it's a naturalist, very close to your heart. So the anagram we were referring to, goodness, was Andrew. Woohoo! And of course he's currently in Amakhala. But Andrew actually was the naturalist that trained me before I started on the dam cams. He was still here in mission control, and he was the one training me. So yes, Darcy Miller, you got it correct. Of course you did. But it was in fact Andrew Wostenholm. I never know how to say his surname. Jeff, you would like to know if any of the animals are actually ever territorial over the waterhole. So, yes, actually. So all of these animals we've been seeing for the most part of today, you know, pretty much get along most of the time. But that being said, elephants, you know, when elephants arrive, all of the animals sort of know to make way, just because they are large animals, not because they are terrified they'll eat them or anything like that. But sometimes the elephants arrive very bombastically and sort of chase the animals away. Generally those are the younger bulls or the older bulls. But for the most part, I have to say the animals play nice and they know to share and sort of just each give each other space. But as I say, generally when the elephants arrive, then if there are animals around, they'll sort of just step aside and give the animals, or the elephants at least, some space. LG7, good afternoon. You would like to know if wildebeests do not need a lot of water. They drink so quickly when they do get here. So wildebeests are actually water dependent animals. They do need quite a bit of water. But if you look at all of these animals, you know, they sort of just come and drink water and then they carry on with their day, and then they'll You'll often see them traversing back and forth throughout the whole day. But no, definitely they do need quite a bit of water. But as I said, of course, right now it's very hot, it's very humid. So they'll just drink a little bit of water, head deeper into the bush, carry on browsing, etc. And but yes, they are definitely water dependent animals. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I thought I heard an elephant trumpet, but alas, apparently I did not. Alrighty, so we're gonna do another anagram. It's gonna be another naturalist. And as I say, this can be a past naturalist on Wild Earth, future, present, past, future, present, all of the above. So the next anagram is harmonic tall. Harmonic tall. Which naturalist am I referring to when I say harmonic tall? Let me know what you think. And as I say, that is a naturalist, but I'm not going to tell you if it's a current naturalist, if it's one of the wonderful naturalists that's coming back. I'll leave that up to you. You guys are so clever, so you'll have this. You'll be fine. Jasper, you would like to know if an animal's vertebrae is connected to its tail. Yes, indeed, it is. Definitely. And with giraffes specifically, if you look at them, they've actually got very interesting anatomy. So giraffes, they have exactly 7 vertebrae in their neck. Now that is, funny enough, the same amount as a human being. So of course, you know, there I've been fortunate to see quite a few giraffe bones and skulls and things. But of course, these are just much, much, much larger. And if you can actually see a skeleton still intact, it is very, very interesting to look at those bones and the anatomy of all of that. But yes, indeed, it is. Hopefully the giraffe is looking at Elephant. Oh man, come on. Come on, Mother Nature. I've asked so nicely. Just before I leave the beautiful Ukokoyo for a couple of days, I just want to see some elephants. So these are the two species that you will almost always see in the water at Ukokoyo. The most common, but also always in the water. And that is because these two antelopes are used to very hot and humid climates and landscapes and habitats. So they love to cool down in the actual water. Of course, the white markings on the springboks do help them with temperature regulation, again from what we interpret and believe. And then Hi LG7, you would like to know if the anagram of the naturalist that I'm referring to is Lauren. No, it is not. And remember, it's the anagrams we give is both the name and the surname. But it was a good guess though, I definitely see why you would think that. But it is not Miss Lauren, no. Let's actually see if we can find that rowdy blacksmith lapwing. See if we can see a little chickadee. Chris, you would like to know if we ever hear frogs here at Okokoyo. Yes, definitely. More so at night. Just like in any other location, you know, they tend to be more vocal at night. But yes, we definitely hear them. Whoa, do we have more chicks? Am I seeing this correctly? I'm just seeing now what I want to see. Isn't it insane how well all of these blacksmith lapwings camouflage amongst these rocks? There's like at least a good 10 to 20 here, but you don't see them unless they are moving. I want to see if you can see one of the tiny ones. So I'm assuming if there's this many, there must be more chicks. Olivia, you would like to know if birds have a sense of smell. Yes, definitely. All animals, you know, have very acute senses. Some rely on smell better than they do on their sight. Others rely better on hearing more so than they do on their sight. But predominantly for most animals, smell is the main thing. Of course, they communicate with one another through pheromones. And that is how they will sort of give each other messages and communications and all of that. I don't see the chicks or the chick now, to my knowledge. You know, so far we only have one blacksmith lapwing chick, but of course it could be more. Just want to have a look, see. Is that a giraffe or a tree? Mooi, Lisa. It is not a giraffe, for those of you wondering. But we really have had a beautiful day today. We have literally seen so many things. We've seen some rhinos, we've seen the secretary birds and jackals with Andrew. Liam, of course, showing us some rhinos and beautiful general game. Sorry, I thought I saw someone amongst the springbok, but it's just another springbok. And then, of course, here in the beautiful Okukuyo, we saw 2 baby zebras, one of them being the tiniest baby zebras I've ever seen at Wild Earth. And then we have seen a baby blacksmith lapwing, we've seen a baby oryx, of course we've seen giraffes. No elephants yet. You never know, we might get lucky. And then, of course, I'm still waiting for the final anagram, which is a Wild Earth naturalist. So if you missed it, or if you would like us to cue it again, just let me know, and we will definitely do so. Yolanda, you would like to know, are there evergreen trees that grow in deserts like Okukuyo? Yes, absolutely. Evergreen trees are everywhere. It's not an abundant tree necessarily, and of course, you get different species of trees that are evergreen. But yes, believe it or not, even in a place like Okukuyo, which is why, for instance, these trees that we are looking at in the actual tree line, they still have their leaves. A lot of them, of course, have shed their leaves, but as soon as the winter comes, a lot of trees will sort of shake it off. They will shed their leaves and in that manner store the extra or the little bit of nutrients that are left in their roots. Then as soon as the rain comes, they are basically revived, and they'll regrow their leaves and then have new nutrients again. But yes, I get why you would ask that. It's it doesn't seem like anything would be able to live out here, and yet we've got trees, a little bit of grass, we've got animals. So it really is an amazing location, this. Jennifer, you've got an answer for the anagram. You are saying it is Liam Charlton. Woohoo! We've got a winner! Yes, so of course I wasn't just going to do myself and exclude my Escape to Nature colleagues for the day. So it is Liam Charlton who we've got operating in Kariga. Woohoo! Party at your house, Jennifer. Yes, indeed, it was Liam. And that was the last one for today. Well done, everybody. You are all too clever for me, it seems. I think the only tricky one was the lesser spotted tailor, but I only did that because you guys are just way too clever. I thought, let me make things a little bit tricky and just see. But of course, we have all had some brilliant sightings today, seen some amazing things. Oh, we even saw a Cory Bustard this morning, for those of you that missed it. We started Escape to Nature with a beautiful Cory Bustard, which was pretty exciting. At least I thought so. But we are slowly coming to that sad time of the day where we have to hope for some last minute elephants or perhaps a rhino. I think it might be a little bit too hot. Unless we've got Ellie's coming for a swim, I don't think we'll see a rhino right now. Maybe this afternoon on Sunset Safari. And of course, if I do see something interesting, I will definitely give all of you a shout. But remember, this afternoon is bingo! B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. And of course, we are busy with Christmas bingo. So definitely join us this afternoon for that on Sunset Safari. My apologies, I'm not just looking at trees, I'm just trying to see if anything is coming from behind the trees or lying under the trees. But yes, definitely do join us for bingo this afternoon, the Christmas bingo that the naturalists will be competing for on Sunset Drive. And of course, Penguin Beach will be happening after this. But also please do join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. Your naturalist will not be me, unfortunately. I will be departing for a couple of days, but I'll be back. Don't worry, I will always come back for you wonderful people.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellie swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Brittany, good afternoon, and wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much for your comments. I really, really do appreciate that. It means a lot. But yes, I have to say that fall was my highlight too. I have to say the suckling was adorable, but the way it almost fell in the water. I know it sounds very horrible to laugh at that, but that really was adorable. Alrighty, well, I was really hoping we will get some last minute elephants, but I do not see any on the horizon. So I think let us end off in the beautiful Djuma. Look at the terrapins. Well, terrapin right now. It seems like we've got a little bit of a delay between our actual live stream and the actual camera, it seems. But we've got one of our anagrams at the actual water hole, or the little splash pool as I refer to it. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, gee, my feed is frozen. Let it go, let it go. No, I'm kidding. But everyone, it is slowly coming to that time where we have to say goodbye. Time to say goodbye. FC is probably thinking, I wish she would just stop singing for one day. But it really has been an awesome day. I really appreciate all of you so much. And thank you for participating today with the anagrams and everything. It really has been an absolutely awesome day. I really hope everyone has had as much fun as I have. And yes, as I say, it will be goodbye from me for just a couple of days. But I will be back before the new year. But in the meantime, I hope everyone has a beautiful Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Please do spend time with your loved ones. But as I've been saying this whole week, do not just spend time with your loved ones during this season. Make time for them anytime. I know we don't always like our family, but just try. But from myself, of course, your waterhole naturalist, it has been an awesome day, and I really do appreciate all of you so much. And thank you for participating today with the anagrams, and as always your beautiful comments and questions and just absolutely everything. You all are much appreciated by not only myself and the other naturalists, but by the whole of Wild Earth. And remember, after this it's Penguin Beach, and then of course after that it is Animal Bingo, or Christmas Bingo I should say. So definitely do join us for that this afternoon. But I hope everyone has a beautiful Monday. And I love and appreciate all of you. Ta-ta!